are off, ladies and gentlemen. Mont Blanc Marathon, the best names in the world. This is what we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, is back for real. Wow. She's closed the gap. The boss is back in the streets of Chamonix. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Chamonix Mont-Blanc for this 42K, the iconic race of the weekend. And we couldn't be more excited. The weather is playing ball. Hopefully it will stay clear and we will be in to follow the men's and the women's race on a course that is now infamous. By my side, Tony McCann. Tony, good morning.
Good morning. Stoked to be here. So excited to see this day unfold.
It's gonna be a goodie. So if you've been up all night following all the races that were going on, we've already had some pretty sweet excitement. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is your course of the 42K of the Mont Blanc Marathon. As you can see here, we're going pretty fast. Runners will luckily we won't go that fast. Drop down to Valorcine, and this is where things start to get real. There's a bit of a climb up the valley, Col des Montais, dropping down into oh no, it's not even all the way. And then this is the one. This is the climb all the way. Bobagnolet is a little bit of a technical downhill, back up to La Flégère, and then from then on, free falling into Chamonix. And we have seen it time and time again. That race is won in the last climb.
Yeah, that race really has a bit of everything. Really fast and flat out in that beginning. The climb all the way up to Le Tour on the Petit Balcon Nord. It's a really rolling roller coaster of a trail. And those guys historically run it really fast. So very excited to see that. And then it starts getting a bit more technical in the back half of the race. So you really have to be a very well-rounded, very well-versed trail runner in all aspects of the trail, whether it's technical, runnable, uphill, downhill. You have to be good at it all. And we have a stellar lineup to take on today's course.
Indeed, at this game, it's going to be interesting to see who can take it home. Obviously, it's hard to bet against Tove Alexanderson, finally leaving a little bit her orienteering career behind to fully focus on trail running. And man, oh man, she's already delivered. But we have some strong containers: Naomi Lang, Fabiola Conti, Amelie Robsham, a young gun from Sweden, Agnes Josefsson, Elisa Disco, who's been here time and time again, Bianca Taborton, who's also, apparently, from what we've heard, in pretty good shape.
Yeah, she's looking good. She's looking fierce. Also, Emily Bull, Sarah Christner, and Mart Emilson.
There we go. That's the top names today on the start line, and we are seeing them now walking and running actually towards the line. We're calling them one by one to highlight them all individually for the public. And if you're wondering why there's so few people here on the line, it's because we have specific starts for the women's elite wave, who will start. Here she is, Tove Alexanderson, in about I don't know how quickly they're going to be able to make it happen, but technically we have started 90 seconds. So we'll see if that happens. And these are your elite women. And then half an hour later is going to be the elite men. And then the rest of the field, 2,300 participants in the marathon today. So there's going to be a whole lot of people out on the trails having the time of their lives. And on the pointy end, once again, these elite women. So it's going to be perfect. You know, from a live broadcast perspective, this is exactly what we're after. Two very different races that we're covering like very individually. So it allows us to tell the true story of both races. And here on your screen, Ida Amelie next to her. Now it's super ghostly Fabiola with hair. It really changes her a lot, because if you've been following the trail running scene a little bit, Fabiola was a lot of the time with almost a shaved head. Bianca here on the right side of your screen, Elisa Disco on the left, and then in the middle was, I wasn't fast enough, but that is our young runner from Sweden, who's very strong in sky running. And there we go, the countdown, ladies and gentlemen. And there we go. Off they are, right on time.
Right on time.
And so that, like, many questions rose yesterday when we were having conversations about who can take it home, and it's going to be interesting because with a separated, dedicated start for this woman, if Tove Alexanderson does what she does, she's going to pretty much time trial the entire race, which, will be quite a different experience. So arguably, this is something she's used to in orienteering, where they're all scattered and all running alone. But to do this for 42 kilometers and 2,500 meters of vert is a different ball game. So I don't know what she's going to go for, whether she's going to try and, play it a bit soft at the beginning, stay with the group, and then eventually make her move whenever it matters the most. Again, we said the climb back to La Flégère is so long that you can make a difference on the rest of the field. Or she's going to do what she does.
Take it out hot from the gun.
Exactly. Tove 2 speeds, as we call her, 0 and full gas.
Yeah, and in saying all of this, the races that we've seen Tove excel at in the past, Canfranc, the Zagama earlier in the year, both of those races had quite a lot of technical trail, navigating the mud at Zagama, whereas this has a very significant amount of very runnable trail. And we haven't seen her race that kind of trail yet. I'm not saying she can't do it. I absolutely think she can, but I do think that it would be smart for her to run with the group in this first section, see what they're doing. And the back half of the race really suits her. She is a beast on technical trail, and it does get a little bit more technical towards the back half of the race. So in my mind, it would make sense for her to hang back a little and then, full gas towards the end, drop everyone. But I guess we'll see. At the moment, we've got a nice group of about 5 or 6 in the front here.
Yeah.
That's Tove, that's Ida Rubchen in the middle. I'm not sure who that is on the right-hand side of our screen.
No, and again, like, having the bib numbers hidden below the vest doesn't quite help. But then just in the chasing group, a few meters back, Naomi Lang. I mean, she's, in my opinion, possibly the second best. She was third here last year for her first trail marathon. Emilie Bull right behind her.
If you're following along in the live and you know who that is in our third position currently, drop us a hey, drop us a little cheer for your person. And in the meantime, we'll try and make our eyesight a little bit better to catch that number.
Yeah. Eat a few carrots.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool early in the race, having so many sources. The production is definitely showing off right now.
Oh, yeah.
Look at what we get. We get it all.
And this is why it's so special to have a separate race for the women. Really get to cover, everyone. Everyone gets good airtime, and it allows the races to happen and progress naturally without interference of having to navigate through other runners or mass crowds. It really allows the women's race to play out in a natural and organic way.
So now they're branching onto the big open grassy field, which is another paragliding landing in Chamonix after going past the track. If you come to Chamonix and you run on a track, be aware that you're not as fast as you believe, because this is a 300-meter track.
You'll run your fastest 400-meter ever on that track.
Fastest lap.
You can see that group is spread out ever so slightly, but really it's all still very, very close together. Fabiola Conti is just in the back there in 6th position, running in front of a pretty big group.
Yeah, Fabiola will definitely play her cards when things get a bit more technical. She's also increased distances, and she was bloody good at it too. Like, she absolutely crushed. It was the 100K distance at Monte Rosa.
Yeah, she had an incredible race there and proved that she's also really good on technical trail coming from that race. you can see what we mean about this first half of the race being incredibly runnable. They have about 5 kilometers really along these Nordic ski tracks. If you ever want to run flat in Chamonix, this is where you're going to be doing it, because there's not much flat elsewhere. But once they hit the end of these Nordic ski tracks, the trail starts getting a little bit more rolling, a little bit more climbs, but really all very, very runnable in this first 10 kilometers all the way up to Le Tour. And these top 3 women all looking super comfortable.
Here we go, trying to stay in control. Like, she's gonna have to let go and not overdo it. It's fine to let these ladies go. You know, Naomi has nothing to prove. We know how strong she can be. She can handle the distance. Bianca is here as well in that group. She's exactly where she needs to be at this point in the race. And the young Agnes Josephson, newly brought up to the Salomon team as part of the next generation team. She's got medals in the skyrunning world champs. Here leading the chasing pack. So yeah, as much as, you know, you have your own race, it could be tricky because usually, I don't know, and you can tell us if this is something that you truly experience. But when you're like in the middle of all the men's, you almost feel like, okay, you can run with other people. You're a little bit more hidden. Here, you're completely exposed.
There's Naomi trying to bridge that gap a little bit. I think she might be trying to, you know, you don't really want to be running out there alone, especially in these early stages. If you can tack on to the back end of those leading women, I think it just helps mentally to not feel like you're constantly swimming upstream.
Yeah, and yeah, it doesn't seem like the gap is growing at all. So yeah, maybe a bit of an effort to close that gap. Emilie Bull, cross-country skier. She's used to doing bigger, higher volume. It'll be interesting to see what she can do here. And yes, good call, Tony. Yeah, in the chat, we welcome you on to get involved, to ask you questions. Share your excitement for the race. If you know anything, if you're cheering for a runner, just share that with us. And if indeed you're not excited about English and you would rather have French, there is another live broadcast in French hosted by Alexis and Thibaut.
Although, to be honest, I don't know why you'd want to go over that way. We're having so much fun here.
Oh, damn right. And you can practice English for free too. So there you go, 2 for 1.
Scenario, really.
I like seeing that. Like, Ida Amelie is almost like half a step sometimes ahead, and she's just saying like, hey, I'm on the flat.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna make you work, because I'm actually, I know you're the big headline to Alex Anderson, but this is my territory.
Yeah. She's not letting Tove forget that she is there. This is not going to be a runaway race.
That is super cool. And yeah, once again, Naomi Lang in on the screen just earlier. From Aberdeen originally, and living in Glasgow as a medical student.
All of these trail runners with medical degrees and studying to be doctors.
Yep, it's a big brain on these legs.
Oh yeah. Naomi Lang really looking super smooth there. You can see that lead group just ahead, maybe 100 meters or so ahead of Emily Boole here.
Yeah, and again, like you got to be strong in your head. You know, there's no point overreaching at this time.
Yeah.
It's far too early.
It looks like Naomi Lang might be closing that gap just ever so slightly.
And that, and that unknown runner is dropping, so they might be switching position there. And Tove Alexandersson has responded. And this is a hot pace out of the gate.
Yeah. We always know that these paces are ridiculously fast on this first 10 kilometers all the way up to Argentière. But this is crazy. (2024) Judith Vida ran, the eventual winner, ran these first 9.7 kilometers all the way to Argentière in 42 minutes and 46 seconds. Last year's winner, Joylene Chepngeno, won in got that segment in 43:25. So we're looking at roughly 40 to 45 minutes for these athletes to get to that first checkpoint in at Argentière.
Here we go. This is the switch we're anticipating to see, and Naomi Lang now is switching position and starting to creep up on the lead group. Currently running in third, and she's saying, "I would rather finish 10th in a stacked field than win a soft race."
I love that. I love it when women like racing strong women. I think, and men as well, you know, there's no point in being a big fish in a small pond. And these women stepping up at a race like Marathon du Mont Blanc really shows that they're willing to put themselves out there against a really high competition and to see what they're made of. And at the end of the day, when you're racing incredibly strong athletes, you step up your game as well, and you tend to learn a lot in the process. So it's great that she's got that mindset.
Yeah, and Naomi has got a really long relationship with the Mont Blanc Marathon, racing that marathon for the first time last year, but she's very involved with the Ordinary Project, mentored by Hilary Girardi, who we'll see as a field reporter today, and possibly if she can make it back to the finish line on time, she'll be also doing the finish line interviews, trying to make the sport more sustainable, and they have been working really, really closely with Mont Blanc Marathon on that cause. So it's good to also see those runners like engaged and working to defend what they believe is right. And yeah, her first kind of trail race was Thursday now, and I remember seeing her. She was like no team. She was just camping around Europe on her old bike, looking a bit lost. She's like, "Oh yeah, I'm running the race. I'm excited." And she said like she like her world got shaken pretty hard, but you know, through more experience, consistency, and support from her close ones, she is here and she's been absolutely crushing it. Won a few races on shorter distances, and like I said last year, started making her debut on the marathon distance at this very race where she finished third.
Yeah, it feels like she's made up her mind now to maybe step a little bit more away from orienteering and move more into the trail running world, stepping up in distance, focusing more on those kind of 50-kilometer marathon to 50K distances. And it's great to see her stepping up and forcing everyone else to step up at the same time. She's just been in Livigno, so she's had a little bit of altitude training. I think she's very prepared for this race.
Yeah, it's funny now how much of a difference it makes and how much you need to kind of tick all the boxes to be able to have a crack at doing well at these international races. The level is not so high. And this is where we should see things shake out a little bit. We're starting to be, I mean, we have been on the cross country skiing tracks now for a while, but now it's starting to climb. There's going to be this punchy, short little climbs. And look at this. Look at this.
This is where you see Tove excel.
In a matter of second, Tove Alexandersson has put a bit of a gap on Ida-Amelie Robsham.
Both of these women going to be tackling OCC later in the year as well, so it's great to get a race on the terrain that they're going to be racing later on in August, which is always beneficial. Like you said, you've got to tick all the boxes, and doing a race on the trails in the city, or in the town, I should say, that you're going to be racing on again later in the year is always very valuable. Ida-Amelie Robsham saying that she never felt like she fully nailed this race. So she's back here to take it on, and she said hopefully she runs a slightly more controlled race so that she's got a bit more energy going up Flégère. At this point, I mean, I don't know if this is a purposeful gap that she's allowing Tove to go, knowing that she is trying to run a slightly more controlled race in this first half, or if Tove is just that strong on the climbs, and every little hill that we're seeing, she just extends that gap. But Ida is out here to have a little bit of redemption. Hopefully she feels great going up Flégère at the end of the race.
Yeah, and for those who are not necessarily familiar with it, there's the ITRA score, which is the representation of an athlete level, and Tove is just on another planet. Like her ITRA score is just so much higher than the rest of the field that as much as you want to do well, you also have to kind of be aware that basically you like there's two different levels here. But that being said, Ida-Amelie Robsham, she's had a stellar start of the season. She won Chianti 46K. She was fourth at Zegama earlier, so she's on a roll. Like, she should be very, very confident here at the start that she has not only the distance nailed, but like, yeah, the form is here.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Last year we had a kind of a bigger group of women up until the first climb, and it looks like it's now starting to spread a lot wider.
Well, as we predicted, Tove out on front, and I think we're going to be looking at a tough battle for the other podium spots based on how Tove is extending this lead so early on in the race. Interestingly, Naomi Lang has only just finished her exams. So she is having a celebratory marathon run post-exam. She finished her exams on Wednesday, still on Scottish climate, she says. So hopefully the heat today, hopefully she started early enough that they don't get the heat of the day and she doesn't get too affected by that. But congrats, Naomi. I hope this is a great celebration for you.
How cool is that? That must be a relief. I remember the first day of like, am I done with school? Like, you mean no more homework?
Best feeling ever.
Free as a bird.
Oh, and then you realize you have to start working and pay taxes. Best fun.
Well, I guess if you pay taxes, it's a good sign. It means that you're making some money.
True.
Speaking about jobs, Ida-Amelie is actually like a high school math and chemistry teacher.
Oh, wow.
So on top of running for the Essex Trail team, And she's only new to trail running, like about 3 years ago. Before that, she was actually, believe it or not, doing some climbing. We're talking about like the different backgrounds for top athletes who are now full swing in trail running. And but something that is closer and more common is also like she was doing ski mountaineering.
Another way to get really fit and really strong at running uphill ski mountaineering. It seems like the European way to be a trail runner is to come from ski mountaineering.
And actually, I want to take that back. I think I made a mistake here. No, she did alpine skiing.
Oh,
Which,
wow.
which then it's a very different ballgame and
Very
far more
different ballgame.
surprising. My bad, I read that wrong. So she will be familiar with speed and picking the right lines.
Yep. And for sure, her quads and glutes are used to holding those isometric positions. That was always the thing for me coming into skiing, the downhills.
Oh
I
yeah.
always thought it was just this fun, flowy thing that you got to do. And when I started skiing, I realized it was actually incredibly difficult. My quads were burning the whole way down.
Yeah. And you have your legs shaking. It's like, oh no,
Yeah.
oh no. And then it's a fine line between like, when are you going to stop? Or if you overdo it and then you just collapse.
Well, I'm sure she's got the quad strength then to run these downhills incredibly fast. But we are still here with our leading lady, Tove Alexanderson, who is making these very steep, punchy climbs actually look incredibly easy.
Yeah, that's quite incredible. And I think we're in once again for hell of a performance. And yeah, is Tove Alexanderson going to claim that record as well? She just broke the Sigama marathon record. She brought it home in a less than ideal day too, which
Yeah.
means that there's still room for improvement. And if you're joining us today on this live broadcast, welcome. It's a whole weekend of trail festival. It's going to be a lot going on, and now we're coming back across the big pond over to Europe and to follow this amazing race. We started about 22 minutes ago the women's race at 6:45 a.m. local time, and in about 7-ish minutes we will start the men's race. So they're starting about 30 minutes behind the elite wave of the women's. And in the past, the men's were just catching the women at the very, very end. But this time, knowing that we have Tove, who's absolutely pushing the pace at the front, she might very well be the first runner to cut the tape today back at the Place du Triangle de l'Amitié on the finish line at the heart of Chamonix.
How cool would that be?
It really would be. And you can see this is Tove at its best. She can open up, and when you see those arms going up a little bit to stabilize herself, this is now something we're very familiar seeing. Wow.
Yeah, I think she made that transition between climbing, because this section of climbing is actually, it's pretty steep. It's very runnable, but it's steep. And that transition between climbing steep and then descending fast and then running flat, it takes a lot of skill to do that. That burning sensation in your legs that you get as you crest a hill, to be able to run through that and to clear that quickly so that you can get your stride back normally is super impressive. It shows she's incredibly fit and has trained very specifically for this. I feel like I've been sitting in front of a screen all weekend, and I'm not complaining one bit. Friday was the 90-kilometer here, where we had incredible performances from the Frenchman Louison Coffret and our winning lady, Candice Ferton-Bacon. Yesterday, we started the Western States live stream. There was also Lavaredo going on. And now today, with the 40-kilometer here at Marathon du Mont Blanc, honestly, what a weekend for trail running. What a weekend for our sport. I think we've seen some insane racing this weekend, and I think it's going to be exactly the same with this race today.
Yeah. We're going to finish on a high.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt about it. Here we go, Mont Blanc Marathon for your entertainment, excitement, inspiration. We have the first wave of the elite women on the way. They've started about 25 minutes ago. And here's a bit of a race preview on 3D. Very fast and rolling start. And there you go. As you get onto the cross-country skiing tracks, it gets a little bit more windy, but then still just a gradual one that allows runner to run extremely fast through Argentière and then up into Le Tour. Here we go. And that's where things get real. First big climb all the way up to Aiguille des Podettes, and dropping down on the technical section, which is always interesting to see. That descent is steep and hard on a four-wheel drive track where you could really trash your legs, but this is where you have to hold it together. Because another gradual climb here up to Col des Montes, and then dropping down back into Chamonix Valley, and this is where things, like this is when basically the race is won. A little bit of a descent into Bois Pognolet, which is also like the very last descent before that climb to La Flégère. And on this climb to La Flégère, we will see pretty much we'll have our top 3-4 positions set, and then that descent. And by the look at the start list, both in the men's and the women's race, actually, maybe in the descent, we'll see a few more switches.
A very, very exciting race we have planned today. Well, we haven't planned it. The athletes will
We're just showing up.
later play out. But very exciting to follow along the men's and the women's races here today. I think we've got a lot of talent who could optimize on various elements. Like we've mentioned earlier, this race is incredibly versatile. And here is a very versatile athlete himself, Remy Bonnet, one of the race favorites today.
Yep, he's already won the race in 2023, and then he is definitely back with the intention of pushing the pace really hard here. Fred Tranchant, last year's world champion in trail running here. Roberto De Lorenzi from Switzerland, super strong athlete. Here we go, representing New Balance. He's here with a smile on his face. He knows that course is not necessarily going to suit his strength. But Manuel Merias from Spain is here, and word around the valleys that he's going to try and break the record going up and down Mont Blanc at some point.
Wow.
Davide Manini, also representing Team New Balance, the winner last year. A name that is a bit new here to the scene, but not to the experts. Dominique Reuly from Switzerland, stepping up the distance. This is going to be his first marathon, but man, he has some speed in his legs. This is a big smile. We'd love to have him. Adrien Briffaut, transitioning from professional triathlon. He was at the Olympics in triathlon and now switched to trails. Antonio Martinez Perez. We absolutely love seeing this very quiet man do let his legs do the talking. Kevin Kibet here, 4th place at this Mont Blanc Marathon. He knows the race. You know he can do well, and you can see it on his face. Good smile. And then Raoul Ross here, the very distinctive silhouette of a man who's managed at a very young age to take 2nd place in the Mont Blanc Marathon. He already had a bit of a crash on the last descent, crossed the line with a lot of blood all over his face, which, that made a lot of views and clicks on social media. But we wish him a safe journey across this mountain and on this course. So yeah, it's been absolutely non-stop for the presentation of the top 10, and there's so many more athletes. I just saw Alex Garcia, also representing Team Brooks here on the line. And we're gonna have so much time to talk about all these runners. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Adrien Briffaut, who had made his kind of, I wouldn't say debut, but debut on the international scene in CRC now last year, when he popped out like at the top of the first climb ahead of everyone, and he held everyone at bay for another 10 Ks before eventually being reeled in by our fast Kenyans and still finishing 4th. Here we go, the countdown is on. And they are off. the elite wave men plus the rest of the field. 2,300 participants in this Mont Blanc Marathon. And a stacked public as well. 3 rows deep to come and see them go out. 7:15 local time in the streets of Chamonix. And one thing we can guarantee for sure is that it's gonna get hot.
Oh, yeah.
Figuratively, literally. And there we go. Davide Manini taking the race by storm. He said that he was originally planned to line up in Zegama earlier this year, but sadly could not be at the start. Didn't feel good at all, so he skipped, even though he had shortened his skimo season to do a lot more running and be able to be really fully ready in Zegama early in the season. So the form was there early. Then he had that little bit of a problem that forced him to kind of step back for a couple of weeks, and then has been back in training. So he says the shape was there, bit of a question mark, we'll see. And Kevin Kibet here up at the front.
What a visual of all of those runners taking on the 42-kilometer race here at the Marathon du Mont Blanc 2026. And they are taking it out fast as usual.
Yeah, it is such a fast start. It's quite scary when you look at the splits from the past years. I'm trying to find my notes here, but it was, I believe, 2024, and it was actually Fred Tranchant who was the first through Argentière in 36:43. That's disgusting.
That's faster than most people can run a 10K in their lives. And they did it with, I think there's about 300 meters of climbing or 400 meters of climbing to Argentière. So very, very rolling climbs, as we saw earlier with Tove Alexanderson and our lead woman going through there. But it's definitely still some climbing. You have to be strong. And these guys are just absolutely flying. There they go, entering on now these Nordic tracks. In winter, you can don your skis and skate along here at a beautiful leisurely pace, but these guys are not moving at a leisurely pace right now. They are motoring. Our first man here taking it out really hot, but there is a big group behind him chasing. You can see there's a big group behind him. No one is letting up. There is Remy Bonnet, Fred Tranchard, Roberto De Lorenzi, Davide Magnini's in that group, as well as Kevin Kibet and Sami. Let me get his name right. Sami Rotich Chelangat. I think Martin's going to have to correct me there, but they are all in that group. There's a big chasing group here, so nothing has happened yet. We've got still a very big group behind this first man here.
And if you have been with us for the past few years, you will be familiar with that front runner, Vitaly Shafar from Ukraine, who's got a past in road running, but as we always do, with full transparency, he's also an athlete who was done for doping in 2017, and he got 3 years and 7 months of being out of competition. I don't know the exact details of what was the banned substance that he took, but yeah, we like to keep trail running clean, and so we always make sure that we mention that to everyone. And I believe, yes, all our usual suspects are in the chasing group. As you mentioned, Sami Chelangat from Team Run Together. I can see him right next to Kevin Kibet. Adrien Briffaut with the blue singlet. I think it's Rémi Bonnet who's also with them. There we go. The white cap up at the front.
Very
Oh, man.
distinct running style, leaning that forward lean.
Yeah.
It just looks so beautiful.
And effortless.
Yeah.
Here we go. Davide Malini closing on the front. Dominique Reuly as well with the Team Hoka at the back of that pack, but probably will be feeling comfortable at this pace. Again, he's familiar with those shorter races, so he'll have the speed in the legs. But again, he might be thinking, whoa, are we going to run that fast for 42Ks?
Yes, you are.
You are. The intensity here at the Mont Blanc Marathon is absolutely full on.
And here we go. A little bit of a recap of what we saw this morning. If you weren't with us for the women's start, this is our elite woman starting this morning at the Place de Triangle in Chamonix Mont-Blanc. They went off at 6:45 on the dot. And as we've just seen with the men, they took it off hot. Tove Alexanderson, Ida Robsham, leading this front pack. We weren't sure who our third woman was there. We will get an update when they come through Argentière, but Naomi Lang and Emily Boule chasing hard. And we're back with our lead woman. The beauty of these separate starts is that we rarely get to see these races unfold separately, and Tove is absolutely flying here. She will be coming into Argentière fairly soon. It looks like she's already been through Les Lavanchères. This is our second woman, Ida Robsham.
Yeah, team. They're a little bit spread out. But yeah, I think get used to this, because I think we're going to be seeing a lot of this for the next 4 hours.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like Tove has come into the sport and she is redefining what it means to run a 50K, a 40K on the trails.
Yeah, and so the question is now, the record, Judith Wieder, 4 hours 11. Are we going to see this record go down just like we did across the big pond? The day will probably be feeling good for another hour and a half, and as soon as the sun is going to peek into the valley, temperatures are going to rise. And that last climb up to La Flégère, that very last part on the ski field, is super exposed. It gets hot, and that's where mentally you really have to keep it together. So these runners, as much as it's nice and cool, we show it at the start, 18 degrees Celsius, kind of perfect running conditions. They're going to have to look after themselves early.
Yeah. You can see the women's race is 39 minutes now into the day. We're looking at Judith Vida with our fastest split on this course to Argentière in 42 minutes and 46 seconds. I think we're going to see a new faster segment here with Tove Alexanderson potentially coming in, under that time.
Yeah, I think Tove is going to pick up a few crowns along the way.
Sorry, Judith, you're going to be seeing some Strava segments being taken away from you today.
Roberto De Lorenzi here, leading the chasing pack.
Yeah, we've got Loic Robert, Frenchman, running on the left-hand side of the screen there in the white T-shirt.
Yeah, I think Loic managed to break into the top 10 in Zegama earlier this year. He's definitely in good shape. And there we go. As we were talking about, like, Tove is doing it right. You gotta look after yourself. You gotta hydrate, fuel appropriately, especially when you're firing in all cylinders so early. You're gonna have to cool down the jets as soon as it gets hot. Oh, and she will indeed. You know, we're putting, like, we had questions at the beginning. It's like, oh, what is she gonna do? Is she gonna hold off? Is she gonna be a little bit together with the runners? Nope, she is absolutely sending it head down. Oh, yeah, no, I was way off. Loic was 17th at Zegama. Still pretty good performance.
Yeah, I mean, those conditions there this year did not suit everyone. Muddy conditions, it's very specific kind of running, and if you don't have that kind of trail to practice on, it's certainly quite difficult. But let's check in with Ida Amelie Robson.
Runner for the ASICS Trail team, my first year on the team, so really happy to be part of that strong team. I have been running for 2 years, so it's my third season this year, and I think the last season was my breakthrough maybe. I did fourth on the World Champs and 5 on OCC, and this season I started my season at Chianti Marathon Trail with a victory, so that was really big and really happy for that. And then I continued on Zegama and did fourth. So and now I'm happy and ready to be at the start line of this on Marathon de Mont Blanc.
Here we go. That's a pretty steep from 0 to like such results in just 3 seasons.
Yeah, that's what you call exponential growth in the sport.
And I don't know, like, if you guys were looking, but it was while she was running on the left and we had her little presentation, she might have exchanged a few words with the Cam mountain biker, and there was a big smile on her face. So as much as, you know, we could feel like, she's trying to close the gap with Tove, she's actually doing what she does, and looking still good, still in control. There you go, Davide Manini now probably trying to push the pace a little bit and close the gap on the front group.
Davide being our previous champion here in 2025, winning in a time of 3:42.55. So today I'm sure he is out to better that time and hopefully come home with the win as well. There you go. These guys are entering now the more rolling terrain. They've exited those Nordic tracks and they are joining now the Petit Balcon Nord all the way to Argentière, where they have about 300 meters of climbing before they get to this first checkpoint in Argentière. There we go.
There you go, going through Argentière. Tove Alexanderson, 40 minutes and 12 seconds. Fastest time we had seen with Judith Wider was 42:46. So I believe, yeah. So actually, Ida Amelie Robson is also on a faster time than Judith Wider in 2024, and Naomi Lang just within 14 seconds from that time. So I hope she has the splits somewhere, so she knows that as much as she's running in third, she is still well on a course record time, just a few seconds off at this point.
Yeah, still within that striking distance.
And when you end up finding yourself on your own like this in the middle of the forest, having to really time trail that thing, I don't know, personally I'd be wanting to have music. How about you?
Oh no. I think I would be musicless and hoping to hear or see someone either in front of me or behind me. But yeah, I definitely understand the benefits of music.
Yeah, I think I'd be trying to get into a musical groove. Here we go, back with the men's leader. Exciting to see that race unfold. We have a quick break coming up. I'll be right back. Here we go. The men's race is on the way. 16 minutes into the race, and you can see the chasing group here on your screen, led by Davide Manini, representing Team New Balance, together with Roberto De Lorenzi, and I think this is Alex Garcia from Team Brooks, Loïc Robert with the white t-shirt from France.
Beautiful running here from Kevin Cabet, who is our the man in the front there, just next to Remy Bonnet, who just went and beat his own record at
Molaison.
Yeah,
yes,
there we go.
Very famous Swiss mountain running race, all uphill. That's in a beautiful Gruyère, basically where Remy lives, just a little bit further down the valley.
Incredible area.
Oh, stunning. Love it. And yeah, he won that race and took down the record in 2023, which is also when he won the Mont Blanc Marathon.
So he is coming here with a very good mindset, and I'm sure he is going to be searching for that win here today again. Back with our leading lady, Tove Alexanderson. She's heading up out of Argentière now. It's quite a steep climb, longer than everyone seems to remember. And once she hits the top of this, she will be nearing Montroc, where she will be on her way to Le Tour, where she will see her crew for the first time. And after Le Tour, they head up the first major climb of the day up to Aiguille de Posset.
Am I dreaming, or this is the mountain biker
Yeah.
who's breathing hard, trying to keep up with Tove up that hill? Man, oh man, where is she gonna stop if she's also managing to get our mountain bikers tired? Wow.
Great to see this graphic here. Tove Alexanderson in the lead, and Ida Amelie Robsham really not that far behind, only a few hundred meters.
Yeah, trying to not fall back too far, but it's a fine line. You don't want to overdo it either. And here we go. The front pack is thinning out. I think we've lost Dominique Reuly. Fred Tranchant is still there. 2025 world champion in the short trail. Sami Chalongat, Kevin Kibet, and Adrien Briffaut from Switzerland. Again, Olympian. Recently at the Paris Olympic Games in triathlon.
And a civil engineer in his free time,
Oh yeah, yeah.
because triathletes have so much free time. There we go, Davide Magnini making easy work of that hill.
I love this. This is something we only see with Kenyans, actually. This is what they practice in training when they're running in groups. They point left and right because usually you see this always in cycling.
Yeah.
Like warning because you always head down and trying to suck the wheel of the person in front of you. But these guys are training so fast, basically, that it requires the same indication for the people behind, and we love seeing that, that this is their competition here, but they're still pointing out whenever there's something to be avoided, either a big rock, a puddle, or anything. So yeah, it's always quite heartwarming to see these little signs.
It shows a lot of respect for your competitors.
Mm-hmm.
Back with our second woman, Ida Emily Robsham. She's shortened her stride. She's tiptoeing her way up this hill. Very different to, there we go, this is not our leading woman. There's our leading woman who's actually finished that climb. She's now back on the Balkonut, heading towards Mont Blanc. Tove Alexanderson. It's crazy how quickly she transitions between climbing and running.
And as they're pushing the pace, we're going to break out onto the road here. See the volunteers out, making sure everybody's staying on course. And it's already hot. You can see Adrien Briffaut here pouring a little bit of water over his head. Fred Tranchant still there in control on that road section. Rémi Bonnet. So yeah, the front group has melted down to 4 participants.
Yeah, Sammy just dropping off the back there a little bit.
And the 2 Swiss runners having a yarn on that descent. It's good. It's a good sign. Just another Sunday morning jog.
Yeah.
That's
Just
crazy.
a slightly faster Sunday jog with some cameras following you. Well, Sammy seems to be trying to bridge that gap, catch up a little bit.
Yeah, it really looks like they've just cut off the gas and using the descent to recover. You can see them shoulders down, shaking out, breathing out, drinking, clearing the pipes as well for Fred. So already in the big names we were expecting to see, Davide Manini has fallen back a little. Kevin Kibet trying to hold on. But these front runners here, once again, Rémi Bonnet, Adrien Briffaut, Fred Tranchant, and Kevin Kibet, all looked very comfortable and relaxed on that descent. Back to Tove Alexanderson. Let us know in the chat. Judith Wieder's record was 4:11. Is that record going down? And more importantly, if so, by how much? And Ida Amélie here tiptoeing on that climb, head down, shoulders kind of locked in. Especially in mountain running, we see usually much bigger, wider arm swings, especially to help yourself propulse. upward. We see it a little bit more here with Naomi Lang.
Yeah, it's a fine line between the big arm swings, which do require a little bit more energy, versus what we see with Ida, where it's slightly tighter, a little bit smaller, a little bit more geared towards efficiency. But in a race like this, where it is so fast, sometimes a little bit of extra energy spent, if you manage your nutrition well, is maybe worth it.
And yeah. We're slowly but surely getting to the tour, and already almost 400 meters between first and second woman. Here you go. Sami Chilangat has closed the gap on the field. They're back with 5 front runners, and it's still Kevin Kibet leading the charge. And then we have it in the chat. Heya, heya, heya. For Tove, Sweden is here representing.
Interesting to see Kevin Kibet stepping back up into this marathon distance. Last year, he spent most of his year running more the mountain running circuits, so races that are slightly shorter, slightly faster, very, very classic races, Trofeo Nosego, 21 kilometers, 1,300 meters, and excelling in those smaller, shorter distances. And it's great to see him going back to those distances, trying to regain a bit of confidence, and then stepping back up now in 2026 to the marathon distance. He was 4th here in 2024, running in a time of 3:35:05.
Yeah, he'll certainly be wanting to get onto the podium this year. Dominique Rolly falling a little bit back, but he definitely still has the front pack in sight as we are moving through the beautiful local cows.
Yeah, he's probably feeling right at home next to those cows, because in his spare time, he is a farmer. I'm not sure what he farms, but
one sure thing, farmers are strong people.
Oh yeah. He is coming to this race looking for a top 5, but at the end of the day, you run what you run, and hopefully you can sneak into that top position. And he's putting himself in a good position to do that, closing that gap to that lead group of men. Back with our first woman here, Tove Alexanderson, and I feel like we're probably going to say this every single time she comes onto the screen,
Yeah.
but she is flying.
Yeah, that's what we say. It's Tove 2 gears. It's 0 and full gas. I mean, like we said, she's already has over 400 meters on second place. Is that going to slow her down?
No.
It's like not a tiny bit. She will stay focused. She will keep pushing. And now it's pretty much obvious she will go for the course record as well. And she will be aiming to collect them at every single race. Yesterday during the press conference, it was interesting though to hear her say, like, I'm going to bring my best, but now from my past performances, and again, if you don't know, Tove, came back. She had dipped her toes a little bit in the trail running world a few years back at the final Gold Trail Series, and then eventually went back to orienteering for a few years, and now really committed at the end of last year for World Champs that she murdered. She scored the highest each score ever scored by a woman, so that is a higher score than what Courtney Walter has ever done as well, just as a comparison. And so winning World Champs, then winning Zegama a new course record in sub-ideal conditions as well, so she could probably run even faster, which is scary. So she was like, yeah, people are expecting me now to always deliver and always do strong. So I'm not a machine. I will see what I can do. But yeah, it's never a guarantee. All right, that's what we like to see. She's getting to the station. She's getting ready for a fast transition. I think we're going to hear it from the field.
On est au ravitaillement du Tour. On a déjà vu Tove Alexanderson qui est
Hillary
passé sur le
Girardi
sentier
straight
là,
from
et
the
va
Le
arriver
Tour aid station.
juste derrière moi. Donc Tove,
There you go.
je
Hold
crois
on
que tout
to
le
your
monde, alors qu'elle
panties
était un peu
because that's
inconnue,
going to blow
tout le
quite a
monde la
lot of
connaît
wind when
maintenant.
she's going to go
Donc elle est
past.
suédoise, elle vient du monde de l'orientation et elle a une belle avance déjà sur la concurrence. Elle arrive et elle est avec son manager Vincent Viette et elle repart de suite. On voit qu'elle ne s'arrête pas très longtemps.
I love to see that. Usually, so this was Vincent Viette, Salomon team manager. He was there to hand over the flask. And you know, he tried to communicate some stuff and then turned around almost disappointed. He's like, well, she gave me nothing. And you always try to be here for your athletes, but Tove is doing Tove. She doesn't need anything but a little bit of logistical support, but the rest is like, I got this.
Bon, allez,
Don't worry
focus,
about it.
Ça va déjà très vite.
Yeah,
Je pense
exactly.
qu'elle
There we
est
go.
Well,
partie
she's
pour
focused.
faire un record, je pense, dans les moins de 4 heures. Donc on va voir. Mais
Oh,
elle est quand même en
okay.
gestion,
So
et
now we're
c'était
saying, like,
l'objectif de
he
pas aller
says,
non
like,
plus trop
she's
vite.
definitely on her way to breaking the record, but he says, like, we might be looking at a sub 4 hour.
C'est un peu peut-être difficile de
she's,
la lire parce que
she's
elle est
already
tellement
5
focus
minutes
quand
ahead
elle
of
passe,
Judith's
tu
course
sauras pas
record
si elle
in
va bien ou va pas
2024.
bien.
5 minutes.
Oui, effectivement.
Holy moly, guacamole, this is going down.
Ou peut-être elle va toujours bien.
Bah, à Zegama, elle a vraiment tout donné. Donc, non, mais là aujourd'hui, les sensations étaient très bonnes la semaine dernière. Elle a bien dormi, donc on verra. Ouais.
Et avec les orages d'hier soir, on a eu la température qui a baissé un peu. Quelles sont les conditions
Yeah, that's a
idéales
good
pour
point
Tove?
from Hillary asking
les
also about
températures un peu plus
the
basses,
weather
c'est
conditions
beaucoup
because
mieux.
last year we
Et
had
puis,
big
c'est
thunderstorm
pareil, on a aussi
here in the
Naomi
Chamonix
Lang,
Valley,
qui
which
est écossaise,
really brought the
on était
temperatures
content
down.
qu'il pleuve un peu hier soir, mais voilà, j'espère que
everybody
ça va
was
pas être trop chaud. Je
very
pense qu'à
happy
FG, il va y
that
avoir
it
vraiment
rained
du
last
soleil,
night,
il va
except
vraiment
for
faire
Hillary,
beaucoup
who
chaud.
was out
J'allais dire
racing,
pour
and the
Naomi,
race had to
peut-être
be
c'est encore
cancelled, and she
mieux
had to walk
s'il
down
y
the
a un peu de
mountain.
boue.
Ah oui, tout à fait, ouais. Elle attendait de la pluie, mais bon, là, elle est troisième, bientôt, pas tarder, donc ça a l'air d'aller.
Et donc toi, tu as tout le groupe à ravitailler de ton équipe. Donc, et il y a une deuxième fille qui arrive, donc on va aller la voir. Donc nous avançons
Here you go.
juste un
So
peu ici
Ida Ami
au
Robsham
début
will
de
be the
ravitaillement.
second
Donc,
woman coming into the aid
après
station here in Le Tour,
tapis
and you can
de
see
timing, on a
how
toutes
much
les
daylight
ravitailleurs
there has
élites qui
been
ont
already.
des accréditations avant et derrière. Donc il y a 100 mètres avant le ravitaillement et 100 mètres derrière le ravitaillement où les équipes
Hillary's explaining
d'assistance
the
peuvent
roles of the
ravitailler
aid
les
station for
coureurs.
the crew. They can be 100 meters
Sinon, on a un peu
before
les élites
and
dont
100
ils
meters
profitent, il y a
after,
des
wherever
bancs,
it
il
makes
y a
it more
vraiment des
sense, because
consignes
eventually it's
assez
going to get
spécifiques.
crowded.
Ces coureurs en tête de
and so
peloton, en général,
we're gonna
ils
have,
savent exactement ce qu'il faut et à quel moment. Et donc, il y a même, si je peux montrer, donc il y a des petites consignes. Donc, il y a du gel avec les flasques.
team manager
Il y en
for
a même qui
Asics
écrivent directement sur les flasques.
who will be there to
Donc,
support
prochain coureur qui est en train
Ida
d'arriver.
Amelie for a quick transition. Yep, there he
Donc
is.
c'est Ida, donc une autre Scandinave qui arrive. Elle est norvégienne. Et elle a signé une belle
Ah,
quatrième
and we
place
see
à
already
Zegama
a bit of
juste
a
le mois dernier.
bandana
Donc elle
going
était
around the neck to try and cool
suivie en
themselves
courant
down,
par son manager.
because very shortly they're gonna be climbing, and they're gonna be climbing
on voit vraiment que ces élites, ils vont
pretty
très très vite.
pretty
Bon, retour à l'antenne.
steep climb.
Yeah, you can see they're also now heading towards the sun. They have been running in the shadow since the beginning of the race, and now they are going to be starting their climb up to Aiguille de Pozette. And it is going to be hot up there. The sun is shining. They're definitely going to start feeling those temperatures rise.
And yeah, so I like to see a smart move like this with that head bandana. It seems to be shaking a little bit, so she might need to tuck it into her t-shirt so it doesn't move too much. But you're right, Tony. This is gonna get hot.
Here we go. Naomi Lang only about 40 seconds back from Ida Amelie Robsham.
And we see her now on the screen. She's chosen the option of a vest as opposed to Tove and Ida Amelie, who were using a belt.
And all of them under Judith's time through that checkpoint in Le Tour.
Yeah. Yeah, this shows how fast that race has started. And then it looks like it's still going to be very hot, seeing Tove Alexandersson attacking the beginning of that climb. It is such a steep climb, and she was still running. I remember last year, all the women were just hiking, looking at each other, hands on knees, trying to almost save their strength. It looks like that little bandana is bothering Ida Amelie just a little bit.
Yeah.
Tucked it under her t-shirt, it wouldn't be moving so much, or pull it at the back a little more. She'll figure it out.
So great to get this three-way shot of our top three women in this race. Naomi Lang maybe 200 meters or so behind Ida Amelie. And here is Tove attacking that climb. This section of the climb is rather steep, and you're on the ski. Well, it's not quite a ski slope. It's a 4x4 Jeep track. In winter, you can do some ski touring up here, but it is
she's
steep.
human. She's finally walking.
She's human. We can all breathe. She is but a mortal. I must say, I'm grateful that we have people on the e-bikes out there, because I don't think there are many camera runners who'd be able to keep up with our leading ladies at the moment. So great to see so many people out there this early in the morning cheering on these incredible athletes.
There you go. The head bandana's gone. She dropped it. That was bothering her too much.
La course, elle est roulante jusqu'ici. Il faut se monter, elle justement ici. Autour, au pied des posettes, la troisième dame, mesdames et messieurs. Attention, c'est proche, c'est proche.
And so, yeah, we see the top five. Kirsten Debe Rutsin, 5 minute 26 back, and Bianca Tarbuton in fifth.
South African represents.
Yeah, and again, like it's those splits and the time difference are to be taken with the pinch of salt, because Tove has blasted the field so much that it feels like, oh, they're already 5 minutes back, but they are actually very close to the splits of the winning time last year. So let's keep that in mind.
Et il y a cette montée aux posettes, la grande descente, et puis juste derrière, ce sera la trappe, mesdames et messieurs, pour rejoindre la stagiaire, où il va falloir conserver de l'énergie.
We're back with our leading men, still charging.
Yep, Kevin Kibet in good form. Over an hour before the start, he was already doing drills in the streets of Chamonix. So sure enough, he's well warmed up.
Yeah, there's certain races that you can go into not having done in a major warm-up. You know, if you're starting like with the 90-kilometer Mont Blanc Marathon race, you don't have to do an extensive warm-up, because the race doesn't start particularly fast. You're heading straight up a hill. You obviously have to do something, but it's not as essential as when you're starting a race like the 42-kilometer Marathon du Mont Blanc. Just because you start so fast, you are starting with a 10K time trial basically, so you cannot go into that cold. And it's Kevin Kibet doing his drills in Albufort shows that he was ready for it. He knew what he was in for.
Yeah, and again, hopefully he's not burning too many matches early on obviously a part of the course that really suits his strength. Because I think later in the race, this is where he faded a little bit and fell back to fourth. Dominique Relie just sitting down on the lead group.
I think
looking
this is
very comfortable.
Yeah, very smart running from him, being his longest race. I remember watching Cerizanel maybe 2 years ago where he took it out really hard. He was well ahead of the record splits early on in the race on that climb. So I think this is very smart from him. You know, he could probably go out a lot faster, especially coming from a more road background. But I think hanging back from these guys, being a bit more patient, waiting for his turn, I think is a very good strategy for him, especially being his longest race to date.
There you go. Oh, within a second here, coming through Argentière. And it looked like they're just waiting, keeping up with the pace. You go see at the back of the pack, Fred Tranchant, you know, taking a few steps of power hiking, but not losing any ground. He's just as quick.
Yeah.
Different tactic.
The Skyrunner knows what he's doing here.
Oh yeah. And so we're gonna be hearing a bit of a profile presentation from Rémi Bonnet.
Je m'appelle Rémi Bonnet, je suis suisse, j'habite en Suisse, pas loin d'ici, je cours pour Salomon, Red Bull et
from
Tudor.
Switzerland,
Et puis,
not living
ouais,
too
je suis
far
là
from
pour faire
here,
une belle
running for
course.
Red Bull, Salomon and
Mes
Tudor.
résultats principaux, j'ai gagné 2 fois la Golden Trail Series, gagné
So he's
Zegama, gagné le
two-times
marathon
winner
du Mont
of
Blanc,
Golden Trail
gagné
Series,
Pikes
winner of
Peak,
Zegama,
le
winner
record à
of
Pikes
Mont Blanc
Peak,
Marathon,
le record
winner
du
of
monde du
Pikes
kilomètre
Peak,
vertical,
with the course
champion du monde
record,
aussi en course en
world
montagne,
record
uphill.
holder of vertical
Du coup,
kilometer
quelques
as
bons
well.
résultats, puis aussi champion du monde en
So,
skimo,
just to
vainqueur de
name
la
a
Coupe du
few.
Monde.
And then
Du coup,
in
des
ski
belles lignes au
mountaineering,
palmarès, et puis cette
multiple
année on est là
times
pour jouer devant et
World
puis essayer de
Cup
donner le
champion.
maximum. Et puis en
And
dehors du
so
sport,
I've
je suis
come back
quelqu'un
here to
d'assez
play
simple, j'ai une
right at the
ferme en
front.
montagne. J'ai des
And
chèvres, des
when I'm
chats,
not
des
running,
poules,
it's
des
pretty
canards.
chilled.
Du
I have
coup,
a farm
j'aime
in the
bien
mountain. I
passer du
have
temps dehors
goats,
avec mes
cats,
animaux et puis avec ma
chicken,
copine en montagne.
and I love to spend time outside, outdoors, and in the mountains with my girlfriend. And a little bit of time on his treadmill too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's got a treadmill that I don't think that treadmill has seen a slope like lower than 15%. And he's just cranking it up.
Yeah. Sitting now in 5th position, Fred Tranchant. He has come back from a win at the European Championships just, what was that, 3 weeks ago now.
Yep.
And before that, he's had incredibly strong performances throughout the year, mostly within sky racing. But he is one to be reckoned with. I think he's someone that we definitely need to keep an eye out today. Eye out for today, because I think he's going to be dangerous.
Yeah, he's had hell of a season last year, and that stretched really, really far. Playing on the Skyrunner World Series circuit, World Champs. Like, he had an insane performance at the National Champs, where he got his qualification to represent France at World Champs. And then people were like, wow, this is like kind of a once in a lifetime performance. So now he's going to have to almost detrain to peak again for Worlds. So there was a question mark on World Champs, but man, he came back and again absolutely delivered a world-class performance. And then once he was done with that, carried on and went back to the Skyrunner World Series circuit. So that season was long. So he had a bit of a break and is now back full swing. And as you said, he's already had pretty significant results so far. Coached by Adrien Séguret, who works very closely with the French national team. Also the partner of a certain Annelise Rousset, who we seldom see putting numbers, but man, the few FKTs she has probably will be hard to beat.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm thinking about the crossing of the Aravi or the GR20 in Corsica. All right, back with the race, and our second place still, I mean, I don't think it's going to change much. Maybe this is going to shake out a little bit later on, but Ida Amelie Robsham still holding on to second place. Tove Alexandersson is already starting to come out of the trees.
Yeah, she's got quite a lot of daylight there. 500 meters on a climb like that is a good amount of time.
Yeah, but if I'm remembering correctly, like she... it is the distance because she's in the steep part. So then Amelie has been able to close that gap because she's on the less steep part. Therefore, she's been running much because I was like, wait a minute. Like, do you mean that on that climb, Tove hasn't put any time on Ida Amelie? But no, I think we're going to need to see the next split because at this pace, I can guarantee you that she is still putting time on the rest of the field. Again, if you were with us last year, like our front runners were kind of looking at each other, power hiking up.
Yeah, last year, because there was a much bigger group at the front of the race, it felt like it was a much more tactical race. Everyone was kind of waiting for someone to make that move. And eventually the move was made, but it took a while. Allez. Tove just tip-tapping along up that hill. This is a great view of where they are heading to, Aiguillet de Posset. This is the top of that climb before they descend down a very steep and rather technical in places descent down into Vallorcine, where they will see their crew again. Back with our leading men.
And again, back with our front runners, and I am taking a quick glimpse at the chat. And there are some questions that I, at least one that I think I'm going to challenge a little bit, because this is like, beside Remy and Tove, there's not many runners. So I'm going to just read a few names. So Frédéric Tranchant, last year's world champion. Roberto De Lorenzi, multiple strong results throughout his career. Third in this Mont Blanc Marathon in 2024, double sky marathon world champion in 2022-2024. Davide Manini, the defending champion of Mont Blanc Marathon. So that just says it a bit. And he was also winner in 2019. Dominique Reuilly, just not many big results so far in 2026, but he is making his debut here on the race marathon, and he's got incredible references on shorter distances. 7th at Cierzinal. Whoever can score a top 10 at Cierzinal is an absolute machine.
Yeah.
Adrien Briffaut, 4th at Cierzinal, former Olympic athlete in triathlon, raced in Paris 2024, but also civil engineer Baker and Potter. Antonio Martinez Perez, 3rd at OCC here in Chamonix, if you've been following a little bit. Kevin Kibet, 4th at Mont Blanc Marathon in 2024, 3rd at Cierzinal in 2023. Just to name a few. Raoul Roos from Belgium, 2nd here at 23 years old in 2025 at the Mont Blanc Marathon. So actually, I think I'm going to stop here, but that is just for the mean.
Yeah, I think what you've highlighted is that this field is stacked, and honestly there are so many of these men who could take the win today. Obviously they are our favorites. They are the people who have established themselves time and time again, but there are a lot of undercover sneaky men who could really shake things up for sure, and I think we're seeing a few of them in this lead group already.
And just going through the women as well. Naomi Lang, 3rd here at the Mont Blanc Marathon. Fabiola Conti, who's been a legend in the sport for so long. She was bronze medalist at the World Champ last year in the long trail. So Ida-Amelie Robsham here we had on the screen for a little while in second place. Just new to the sport, but already crushing. Julia Font Gomez, we've seen a lot of good results from Julia Font over the years. 5th at Chamonix Marathon just earlier this year. Agnes Josefsson, newcomer on the scene, the youngest athlete amongst the elite, rising star in skyrunning and now making it to the big scene. Elisa Disco, also long time contender on especially on skyrunning races, shorter races. Bianca Tarberton from South Africa.
Yeah.
Represent.
Home goal.
And second in the 23K 2 years ago. So yeah,
both fields incredibly stacked. As always with the Marathon du Mont Blanc, I think if you're looking for a competitive marathon to do at some point in the year, this is definitely one to put on your calendars. Not only is it always competitive, but it's just one of those iconic races in the trail scene, along with races like Zegama, like races like Sierre-Zinal. It's just one of those iconic races, and I think anyone who gets in the top 10 at any of these races is incredibly talented.
In our top 5 men.
The train is still moving. Full steam ahead towards Le Tour.
So give us your predictions in the chat if you're familiar with this course, with this Mont Blanc Marathon. And if you know now the strength of all these runners, where do you think that group of 5 is going to start to break?
There we go, Tove getting to some of the more steep sections. She's probably about halfway up this climb now.
Probably more, I think. Because she's going to be contouring slightly to get on the backside, if we can call it that way, of Aiguille des Posettes. She's going to have the Mont Blanc in the back. Oh, yeah, no. I mean, from the look of that thing, she's bang on halfway. Man.
I've run down that hill many times before. No, but I think you're right. She's maybe a little bit over halfway up this climb now. It is steep up here. It does get a little bit more chunky. So it makes sense that she is choosing to hike in this section. I think if you're running here, it's debatable whether or not it's more efficient to hike or run. I think it depends on you as an athlete. Someone like Remy Bonnet, who is just so efficient at any grade, really, up to 20%. But if you are strong, then hiking is often faster and more efficient.
Yeah, and then also like transitioning between hiking and running allows you to change a little bit the muscle chain, hands on knees, like if you're really bent forward, or hands on thighs, just like Tove right here. But she's still power hacking with an intention. Like she's nowhere near letting go of the gas pedal. She's just full throttle. And it's good to see her hike here because it is still a marathon. It is still a long one. She's raced Zegama not so long ago. So it is also important to be mindful of like how much effort you can provide over the course of the season. Vincent Viet was saying that, yeah, she had pushed extremely hard during Zegama.
Yeah, also just to note that she didn't run the European Championships, which were held 3 weeks ago in Slovenia, because she hadn't fully recovered yet from Zagama and actually wanted to focus more on this event. So it's great to see athletes making these smart decisions, prioritizing recovery, because at the end of the day, racing too much helps you in no way. And at the end of the day, you don't get the best of yourself on the important days.
I'm a bit more wondering here because we saw Emily, like her elbow, it looked like she had gotten her caught in it. But I don't know if this was from before, if it's a scab, or we'll keep our eyes peeled for that.
Donc c'est vraiment très très serré, contrairement à Tove qui était bien devant tout le monde. Ici, on a un groupe de tête qui est très serré. Juste derrière nous, il y a aussi, enfin devant moi plutôt, il y a tous les ravitailleurs qui sont prêts à ravitailler tous les coureurs.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because they're all going to come as a group as opposed to with the women. So here we go.
Donc on a Kevin Kibet
leading the charge,
suivi de Adrien Suisse.
Not even stopping. Here we go. Adrien Briffaut.
Et on voit bien que quand ils arrivent, ils jettent tout par terre, ils sont bien dans le zone.
And Fred, I think, is drinking the whole thing. It's going to drop.
Et ensuite, ils repartent aussi vite en courant.
Donc, bottle drop. So you optimize everything. Look at this. Multitasking. Again, Fred Franchon being an orienteering athlete, he's familiar with running and doing many other things at the same time. And here we go. Remy has moved to the front, but it's just taking a bit of time to put the flask in her belt.
Si on laisse tomber quelque chose par terre, c'est vraiment interdit de faire ça. Donc il y a une autre équipe qui va arriver aussi vite, juste derrière nous. On les entend déjà.
Mais
on verra les images depuis l'antenne. David Imanini. On a Roberto De Lorenzi.
There you go, Alex Cartier as well. Man, those are still big names. Manuel Merias also coming out. He's probably done the worst part of the course for him. He's a true mountain athlete, one of the few that will be carrying his poles from end to end. Homemade poles, actually, made out of bamboo.
Yeah, there are some big names in that chasing group, and they are not far behind. Less than a minute for our top 15.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Thanks, Rick, in the chat, telling us that the hurt elbow was active, so we missed that.
Just the speed at which these guys are going through that aid station, it just shows, that that's something that's been practiced before. That's something that they have learned with years of racing. To move through an aid station like that and be as efficient as that, it's one essential in these races now. You cannot afford to stop and waste time at an aid station. But yeah, very, very, very impressive. And Elouzine Elazoy, 2024 men's champion in 3:30:10, which is kind of our reference point based on the routes. This is the most similar course to that. That is the record time that we are kind of looking at in 3:30:10, and they are on his split almost to the dot in Le Tour. So we're looking at a very, very fast race in the men's race as well. And Davide Magny, last year's winner, coming through Le Tour in 58:44. So he is ahead of his time from last year as well.
Yeah, last year's winning time was a bit slower, like 3:41, if I remember correctly.
3:42:55.
43. Ah, yep. Almost 43. So that he could be running within his time from last year, but that's still going to be almost 15 minutes back from the actual course record set by Elouzine Elazoy. And Tove back at running on that climb, but now exposed with the rising sun over the Chamonix Valley. And we're going to revisit the first part of the course. And you see that this is the flattest, more runnable part of the entire course.
The rolling terrain up to Le Tour. And there we have our leading lady, almost at the top of Aiguille de Posset. Tove Alexanderson making her way along that slight contour.
Oh, here we go. We have a pass, ladies and gentlemen. Naomi Lang, who was running in third place up until now, power hiking up the hill. This is German runner Kirsten de Bay-Rutzin. And where Tove was running here, she also is running. And it was almost interesting to see that look from from Naomi when she passed. It's like, hey, hold on a second. Now, who's that?
Who are you?
Who that? Interesting.
Incredibly strong Jungfrau Marathon from 2025. She was second there.
There you go.
And if you know Jungfrau Marathon, it's basically a road marathon with a nasty climb right at the end.
Oh, yeah. So she'll have speed in her legs and the ability to climb super well.
Yeah.
Although Jungfrau Marathon, as you said, like because there's a lot on the road, like the whole first part is super fast, which means the winning time is going to be a lot less than probably what this woman. Oh yeah, there you go, 3:35. You have it there.
Yep.
While we're expecting these ladies. I mean, the current course record that's about to go down, 4:11 in the women's, and now the question mark is over Tove. But the question mark is not whether she's going to break it, but more so whether she's going to break 4 hours.
Yeah, with Kirsten, it's a Jungfrau Marathon. You don't do any real descending. So I guess this first half of the race is very much played to her strengths. It's super rolling, and then this big climb up Aiguille de Posset. What we're going to be interested in seeing is how she descends.
Yeah.
And we will see very soon what she can do on a slightly steeper, slightly more technical descent. Because I don't think Naomi Lang is someone you want chasing you.
I was going to say, I was like, well, if she better put a lot of room between her and Naomi. Naomi from Scotland, and famous for her descents. She blew almost, I think, everyone out of the water at Golden Trail Series final 2 years ago. It was a crazy steep descent covered in mud. And she just came down flying through it. Everybody's like, whoa. Everything got silent. Here we go. We were talking about a top 5. If the count is right, we're missing one runner. So maybe Kevin Kibet. No, Kevin Kibet still in the lead. So that might be Sami Chelangat, who once again has fallen back a little bit from the lead group. But look at this. There are a lot of gentlemen still chasing hard. And as we've said, this race is only won in the last climb to La Flégère. And a strong runner like Rémi Bonnet, like Davide Manini. Rémi Bonnet, when he won, he's put 7 minutes on the rest of the field on that last climb. 7 minutes. And as you were saying, Tony, like when they went through the Tour, they were all within, what?
1 minute of each other.
1 minute.
Top 15.
So it's all happening.
Yeah, there's nothing set in that men's race. The entire top 10 is yet to be decided. And that's what makes the sport so interesting, especially when you have fields that are so deep and so stacked. Back with our top lady, Tove Alexanderson. She is about to get to the top of this climb now.
So Kirsten de Bay-Rutzin is a true uphill machine. She's also being the runner-up at the Zermatt Marathon, in addition to the Jungfrau. She was 6th at the Duathlon World Champs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's like, all right. But yeah, like she's also like won several short and steep mountain races in Germany. Born in 1990.
There we go. Tove cresting the top of this climb very, very shortly. They are peaking now at their highest elevation, around 2,200 meters, at the top of Aiguille de Posset, and you can see the La Tour Glacier in the background there. Incredible shot here from the drone. Wow.
Sick.
Just insane. And Tove is such a machine. There we go. She is working hard. You can hear her breathing. Both her and the camera runner, because he is working just as hard to keep up with her. But she is almost at the top there. There we go. Aiguille de Posset. She's going to start her descent now relatively soon. The final little peak, and then she is over the top, and she will start descending down. A rather technical first little bit, some single track before she hits the ski piece.
Yeah, and again, you know, this is there is a bit of a question mark on our German female runner who's currently running in third, Kirsten de Beyrusin, on how she can run downhill. There's no question. This is a little bit further ahead here on your screen on the profile, but yeah, there's no question about Tove Alexandersson, and you'll see her transition perfectly. This is rolling, so she's going to open up her stride a little bit, gain some speed, and then, as you were saying, Tony, the backside of it is rocky, a little bit of technical, and you'll see her pick the right line, just flow down those jagged rocks.
What a shot. Oh my gosh.
Mont Blanc in the background.
This is why this area and this race is so iconic, because you truly do not get better than this. The Alpine running dream.
What a shot.
You can see she's, looks like she's just taken a gel or had a sip of water, putting something in her belt there.
And there we go. And there you go. That's where orienteering pays off. Again, there are lots of different route options. You can see it. The most obvious look to the right, but she's cut straight through. And so she's very comfortable running whichever makes more sense through the bushes. That's what you do in orienteering. So she's right at home.
She is right at home. Wow, wow, wow. Incredible to see her running down there like that.
And yeah, I can't wait to have other runners on the screen just to compare.
Yeah.
It looks so smooth and easy, but it certainly isn't. And so, yeah, once again.
Yeah, once again, us mere mortals do not run down that section like that. Tove, I think, is very much the exception to the rule.
Yeah.
And she arrived in Chamonix, I think a few days ago, so she has been able to scout out some of the sections, and I did see that she had come up to Aiguille de Posset. So she does also have an idea of the line that she wanted to choose, and I think, yeah, she made very, very quick work of that section.
There we go. Things are starting to shake out, and we could have certainly predicted that. World record holder of the vertical kilometer, world champion in 2025 of the uphill. Ladies and gentlemen, from Switzerland, Rémi Bonnet has now taken the lead and is pushing the pace on a terrain that he knows he can hurt his competition while not digging too deep. And at this game, only Kevin Kibet has chosen to follow that relentless pace. And right behind, we probably have the rest of our gentlemen, but the pack of 5 is now down to a pack of 2. Let's hear it from Rémi Bonnet share his race strategy. Again, winner in 2023. He's going to try to repeat that feat.
Ouais, j'ai eu beaucoup d'expérience sur cette course. Du coup, des fois, j'ai essayé de partir à bloc, ça va pas jusqu'au bout.
A lot of
J'ai fait 2 fois
experiences on this race.
du coup, la
Sometimes
louche gagne. J'ai vraiment essayé d'être conservatif jusqu'au sommet des Cosettes.
and make the
Et puis même
mistake,
la
but the
descente, la
year
faire
I
en
won,
dedans,
I
et puis après
actually
de
ran
vraiment
very
pousser depuis
conservatively
Valorcine,
all the way
jusqu'au bout.
until the top
Et puis
of
j'ai
Les
vu que dans la
Posettes.
dernière longue bosse jusqu'à la Flégère, c'est là que vraiment
all the
les
way
écarts se
to
faisaient.
Valorcine.
Tout le monde est un peu cuit. Du coup,
And
si tu as
so
vraiment la
this
deuxième
was
vitesse, tu peux
always
vraiment
in the
faire
last
des
climb that
dégâts.
the gaps were
Du coup, je
made.
pense que le plan, c'est vraiment de suivre le groupe des favoris, on va dire. S'il y en a un ou deux qui
So my
s'échappent
game
devant,
plan
je
is
sais
to
que
stick with the
c'est pas grave.
leaders.
On les rattrapera plus tard. Et puis de vraiment faire une
And
course
if they
intelligente.
actually push the
et
pace
le
too
but, c'est
hard,
d'être
I'm going to let
premier
them go.
ici,
It's
à l'arrivée,
okay.
et pas en haut,
I'm planning on
en haut
catching
les
them up
Posettes.
later at the top of Les Posettes. And there it is, exactly as planned. He's managed to hold on to the pace on the flat, and now he's playing his cards. And as we said, it started to hurt for the rest of the field. As a reminder, we had Dominique Relly just a little further back of the front pack, Fred Tranchant, Adrien Briffaut, and then Sami Chelanga that we didn't see for a little while.
Tu disais quoi, Isa?
And they're starting to catch up with the back of the pack of the women's elite wave that started this morning at 6:45. And yeah, I think it's good to have these images from the ground to realize how steep it is, but nothing is stopping Rémi Bonnet on these slopes. And Kevin Kibet.
Yeah.
So far, he's holding on to that pace.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to remember that these are the elite women. These are not just your everyday runners. And Rémi Bonnet, Kevin Kibet, really just showing what it means to be, well, Rémi, a world champion in the vertical. You know, you don't become world champion in a vertical without being a really, really strong upper runner. And he is showing his class here. And Kevin Kibet showing that he is up for the challenge.
But look at that. Like, look a little further behind, and there's absolutely no sign of the rest of that men's pack. So it means that Fred Tranchant, Sami Chelanga, Adrien Briffaut, they all fell behind quite substantially. And so they're opening the gap. Now, on these gentlemen. All right, who do we get here? We're back with the front of the women's field with Ida Amelie Hobsham.
And it doesn't look in that drone shot like we've... there we go. In the back as well, I think we can see our third lady just behind Ida there. We'll wait to see once we've got better visuals of that. But Ida coming over the top of Gillette de Possette.
And there we go. We've got the split at the... I don't think it's Aiguillette Déposée. Is it Aiguillette or is it Col Déposée?
I think that would most likely be Col de Possette. Because I don't think there's a timing mat over the top there, but
yeah,
I might be wrong.
And plus, like, we've seen her go through like ages ago.
Yeah.
And it only just popped in the live trail. Yeah, if you're following anyone or if you want to have actually a look at the splits yourself, you can go on livetrail.net and select the Mont Blanc events, select the marathon, and then you can look at all the splits, the course profile. You can select the men's race, the women's race, and pull up any participants you wish to follow. So if you have friends, family, people you know, by all means, take a look at it.
Once again with this incredible drone shot. And now we get to see Ida dropping down into Col de Posset. Also looking very comfortable on this technical trail.
And so here a bit of a different scenario because the cam runner is right in front of her. So naturally she's going to follow him, his trajectory. And it's far from bad. Tove Alexander back on the dirt road, clocking some 3-minute K here. Unreal. She is not holding back, trying to, I don't know, go smooth, protect her legs. Like she's pounding that road. The whole Aiguillette des Posettes is gonna shake under her steps. You can only hope that she's got the conditioning needed because, man, this is an aggressive descent where all the experienced runners here at Mont Blanc Marathon know that you need to hold back on that descent if you don't want to basically damage your legs too much.
Yeah. It's definitely somewhere that you could really hurt yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a big thing, but also like she's an
moving
runner.
so fast that but yeah, once you come off this descent, you've also got a lot of running to do. Coming out of Vallorcine, there's a very runnable section. You've got a little blip up into the forest again before you drop back down onto some very runnable trail. And if you've destroyed your legs here, that trail is going to feel very, very, very difficult. So I do hope that Tove knows what she's doing here. I mean, I don't doubt it, but yeah, it is very easy to overcook this descent.
I love that. She's just breaking every rule. Like, nope, nope, nope. I am not going to look after myself. I am not going to try and have a race strategy. I've cranked up 6th gear, and then now it's just pedal to the metal, and whatever happens, happens, but we'll see. Rémi Bonnet in the lead now of your men's race, and our cam runner is right behind him. Does that mean... Oh, look at this. That is an interesting thing. We had a question mark on Kirsten de Berusin from Germany as per her downhill running ability. And look at this. In comparison to Tove Alexanderson and Ida Amelie Robsham, she looks like she's standing still. And right on the left side of your screen, cresting now, Naomi Lang. And look, she has maybe 30 meters by the time... give her about a minute. And in a minute, Naomi Lang, look at her go. She's going to reclaim 2nd place.
3rd place.
3rd place,
yeah.
Sorry. Yep. Thank you. And, yeah, that's where, you were saying it, Tony, like to be able to score high at Mont Blanc Marathon, you need to be an extremely versatile runner, have the speed in your legs, the climbing ability, but also the descending ability. Look at this. In a matter of a minute, Naomi Lang has closed the gap, and without even working too hard.
Yeah.
She's just letting gravity do the work and the skills. And look at this. That is going to be a shock to the system for Kirsten de Berusin. It's like, welcome to world-class racing. I mean, and to be fair, again, Naomi Lang is one of the world's best going down. So yeah. I hope that Kirsten knows it so she doesn't feel too bad. But that's going to be a bit of a shake.
I mean, if Kirsten wanted to learn to run downhill fast, I think a good race strategy here would have been to try and follow Naomi. Well, you can see she's really stuck on the line there.
At its highest. It's like, did she really go down this way? How did this happen?
But yeah, I think if you are trying to learn to run downhill, choosing someone who knows how to do it really well and just trying to follow their line, because you saw Naomi there. She really chose very smart lines. Same with Tove. Same with Ida. Yep. They all chose really clever lines, and they were very smooth. And you could just tell with Kirsten, she wasn't very comfortable with that, and I think learning by following is the best way to do it.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Kibet, who had so far hold on to the insane pace of Swiss runner Remy Bonnet, has now blown out as well. The elastic has been broken, and he's now leading the charge, the Mont Blanc Marathon. Tony, this is early, but could this be the winning move already?
I think we might have our winning move here. Remy is in such good form. We said it earlier. He recently broke his own record at a race that I'm going to let you pronounce because I can't do it.
Molaison.
There we go, that one. And 3 years ago, 2023. So 3 years ago when he came here and he won the race, he had broken his record there as well. So he is in exactly the same position as he was 3 years ago now, and is clearly in good form. So I think he's going to be bringing that confidence into this race, and clearly it's paying off.
And if you were with us in Zegama just a few weeks back, this is what Remy had done as well. He just took off in front of, as per usual, a very stacked field, and he had managed to put over a minute on the rest of the field on that first climb. Obviously, he didn't have quite the conditioning in the legs just yet for the descent, and he admitted that, he really suffered from it, but he said, since I've been able to run more, do a more distance and more descent as well, so I'm feeling a whole lot more confident about the marathon distance and the descent, because it is still 2,500 meters of obviously up, which is not a problem for Remy Bonnet, but also down. So he knows that he needs to open up a gap so he can chill and relax and roll into Vallorcine without doing too much damage to the legs, and then crank up again the engine on the last climb. Kevin Kibet on the left side of your screen. Man, there was already a pretty big gap.
Yeah.
And that was only with second place, Kevin Kibet, who had managed to still stay with Remy for the first part of the climb. So if we look back eventually at some point, I'm very interested to see who managed to kind of stick, or at least be not too far in third place, and whether this is a runner or a group of runners. Again, we had Samy Chelangat, Fred Tranchant, and Adrien Briffaut from Switzerland. But Remy now is on a mission.
Fred en troisième, que je filme.
Here we go. Third man, Fred Tranchant.
Fred knows that he can't let them go too much. So obviously, he can't be overreaching.
Yeah, it's a fine line to balance. You don't want to let them get too far away. You've always got to be within striking distance, but at the same time, you want to run your own race. And finding that balance between running your own race and not letting them run away from you is really, really tricky, especially when you've got someone like Remy Bonnet who is setting the pace up front.
Yeah, but Fred Tranchant, also coming from the orienteering world, he's comfortable and technical. He knows he can run extremely fast as well, and he can also hold on to a pace over the marathon distance extremely well. He's proven that time and time again. And so, there is a big descent, so he could be using a little bit more of Tove's attitude and be a bit more aggressive on that descent back down to Vallorcine, and then again towards the finishing line. So there is still a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, looking up ahead, we can't really see Kevin. So there is a bit of daylight between Fred and Kevin at the moment.
Yeah, and then when Remy was in this area with Elouzine El Azaoui at the time, these gentlemen were definitely pushing the pace extremely hard. I think they were going more than 1,800 meters, 1,800 meters meter per hour climbing speed, which, if you try this, you might succeed like sprinting up a hill, but it's not going to last very long.
Most people can't do that. There we go. Second woman Ida Amelie Robson at Col de Posset, she was 8 minutes behind our leader, Tove Alexandersen. Naomi Lang going through that checkpoint now as well. 10 minutes back from Tove and just over 2 minutes back from Ida Amelie Robson.
And Ida Amelie Robson is running down very, very well. But seeing how Naomi Lang ran across that descent, first descent down from Aiguille Déposée down to the col, that gap might be sub 2 minutes when they get down to Valorcine. And again, fantastic drone shots here on the other side. The top on the left-hand side, if we pan a little bit up, is Le Buet. In the little village of actually Le Buet just down there. And then to the right in that valley is the aid station of Valorcine. And yeah, we can hear, I mean, kudos to our cam runner when you draw the men's race in the climb to Aiguille Déposée, you're like, oh no.
Best you take your bicarb and have your gels on hand because you're gonna be working hard.
And so there we go, in the matter of just from Aiguille Déposée at the top down to Col Déposée, 2 minutes,
Huge.
Ladies and gentlemen. Naomi Lang has been able to close, I mean, to not only catch up with Kirsten de Beer-Rusin, but actually put 2 minutes on her on that very, very short section. Incredible.
Yeah, once again, you cannot be a one-dimensional runner here. You cannot just be good at running uphill. You have to develop all of the skills, whether that's running fast downhill, whether that's technical descents. It all matters.
And there we go. Remy Bonnet here opening up on that rolling section before dropping down on the other side. But you know, in Gruyère, around Charmey, there are a lot of ridges that are similar to this terrain, and Remy is also familiar with those. So I wouldn't say he's the best downhill runner, but he is still extremely strong. And so, you know, people were like, oh yeah, Remy Bonnet is not that strong down. It's like, yeah, it's just because you compare with his climbing abilities, which are like absolutely out of this world. But here with the Mont Blanc in the background, Remy Bonnet coming down Aiguille Déposée is everything but slow.
There we go. That's Kevin Kibet coming over the top there.
Not that far back.
No,
actually.
not at all. Not at all. That gap is not as big as we expected it would be. They are still very close together, and Kevin is not by any means letting Remy get away from him.
And Kevin Kibet can run downhill, and if he can see Remy right in the distance, you'll be like, all right, it's time to get to work.
Let's go. Actually, Kevin is making very quick work of that descent.
Yeah. I think by the time they get to the col, the gap might be down to very few seconds. Hopefully we can zoom out so we can compare the speed of both these gentlemen.
Oh, we don't need to zoom out at all. And Kevin flies into our screen as it is.
Straight into it.
Oi, there she is. Our leading lady descending like a crazy person down into Valorcine.
So, yep, she's back on the dirt road. That is the last switchback. And she is still 100%. Oh, wow.
She is hauling. If you're following on Live Trail, because remember, if you are following your athletes, that is where you will see their splits. But we luckily have visuals of our leading athletes here. But she is estimated to Valorcine in 10 minutes. Now, this is not an exacting science. Live Trail has done us dirty in the past. But at this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if Tove is there very, very shortly. You can see Valorcine just ahead. So if anything, I'd say she's going to be ahead of that time.
Yeah, and just checked in the chat. It's true. The cameraman behind Remy is now second on the Strava segment on that climb. Here we go. Another Swiss runner running. I don't know if it's Have we missed him before? Because it was Fred Tranchant who seemingly was running in third, and it means that Adrien Briffaut here on your screen has passed Fredo, which I'd be a bit surprised. Let's keep our eyes peeled. The production hasn't put any ranking here on that screen. And there she is, only a few meters away from the aid station. She's on the flat. And as we were telling you, runners can be, or the crew can be 100 meters ahead of the aid station or further back from the aid station. So the crew has decided to be up ahead. So in case she feels like she needs a little more, she can still grab something when she goes past the aid station, although I doubt she will.
Yeah, at this rate, I'd be surprised if she stops at all.
So you go through the tent, in and out. And the volunteers are here cheering. They know they're not going to be of much use. Everything is handled by the teams, by the crews.
Once again, she barely slowed down going through there.
And it's interesting. I don't know how much fluid she's taking, but she did that in Le Tour as well. When she's picking up the flask, she's immediately drinking. So I don't know if she's playing a dangerous game of really being minimalist on her hydration. And when she gets to the aid station, she's also very thirsty. While, strategically, we saw Fred Tranchant grab a flask and then grab a bottle, drink as much as he could, and then chuck the bottle so he doesn't have to carry that, and means that the water he's carrying, he can use it over the whole course of the next segment. But yeah, Tove Alexandersson. So we have the splits. 2 hours 17.
And looking at our previous women's record holder, or current record holder, Judith Vida, let's not get ahead of ourselves. She went through Vallorcine in 2 hours and 12 minutes and 22 seconds.
So she is already on a pace that will take her under the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, she just has to run as fast as Judith did for this last section, and she will be 1 minute under course record already.
1 minute on the 4-hour and 12 on the course record.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think she's still going to be faster.
Oh, yeah. The way she's going, that it does not look like she's slowing down. I think something would have to happen. Heat, nutrition, something has to go wrong here for Tove to not bring this home in a truly incredible style. And this is the more runnable section that we were mentioning earlier. If you run that descent down from Col de Pesette too hard, because you saw the visuals, it is a very runnable in sections. You can really destroy your legs. This part of the course where it's not super steep, there's some flatter sections where you can really open up your stride, it becomes much, much more difficult. Oh, Remy stopping there on Col de Pesette. There's a water tank, so he filled up a bottle there. He's clearly feeling the heat.
Yeah, smart move. And means that, it was interesting because we were talking with Thibaut Barognan, good friend, runner, and actually doing the commentary on the French channel today. And he said, yeah, Remy doesn't really like the heat. So Remy knows it, and see, as anticipated, we see Kevin Kibet closing on Remy in that descent.
And Fred Tranchant is only 20 seconds back from that. So they are all back together.
And we were telling you, Fred Tranchant is super, super strong on anything downhill, whether it's technical or rolling. And so I wouldn't be surprised that by not even the end of the descent, like before Vallorcine, Fred Tranchant could close the gap and be with these two gentlemen, because Kevin Kibet now has worked.
You want I take
oh no.
Yeah. You have to put in the bucket. Okay, no. It's okay. It's okay. I think.
Is that his? I'm not sure if that was maybe his something from his vest.
Yeah.
Was it a bottle or was it the tracking device?
Yeah, because the tag he's got at the back of his pack is usually the the second RFID chip so they can be tagged and go through the gate. So we see the split times. But yeah, unsure what was going on here. Kevin Kibet looking back. I don't know if he's wondering what's going on. Remy, as I was telling you, like he's probably gonna try to hold back a little bit, take it easy, look after himself in the descent. I mean, they're still flying. Don't get me wrong. Kevin Kibet following. I don't think he's gonna try and take the lead, which is very, very good for Fred Tranchant because he's gonna be able to really push without again forcing too much. Just let gravity do the work. And it might very well close that 20-second gap.
Yeah. I mean, these guys, both Remy and Kevin, are very much on course record pace at the moment. They went through Col de Posset just a few seconds ahead of our record, Elozine from 2024.
There we go.
There he is.
And Fred will pass. Fred will pass. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
This is exactly what we know he can do best.
Yeah.
We were telling you, and he's delivering. Look at him fly down the flying Frenchman.
He's going to break that elastic as much as he can going into Vallorcine. He knows he can run downhill, and he is showing us why he is the world champion right now.
And he's not even trying hard, ladies and gentlemen. I can guarantee you that. He's just letting gravity do the work, and his footwork is so perfect. He's just barely touching the ground. Doesn't matter how technical the terrain he is, he's just flying. And he also wanted to kind of make a statement here that he's like, guys, yeah, sure, you can climb. But, you know, that race finishes downhill, and look at how fast I can run. Kevin Kibet also, I thought, would at least be keeping up with Remy Bonnet, so that's interesting to see that. Remy probably trying to run as fast as he can, but still being mindful of not taking any risk. Or Fred Tranchant, and I was telling you, he's very strong on technical, but even on the flat, you will see opening up and probably putting more time on the rest of the field.
And while we're watching Fred Tranchant cruise down here, we have just also seen in the screen Elisa Desco and Emily Boule, who are sitting in 11th and 5th and 7th. That doesn't make sense. Must have been 6th and 7th.
Yeah, maybe it's like age group as well. I don't know. Or maybe we had another.
Oh, no,
that was from the last checkpoint.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Look at this. Again, orienteering wins whenever those terrain gets steep, downhill, or technical.
Look
He
at
is
that.
flying. And Fred Tranchant, as much as this was from a long time ago, he is a sub-30 10K runner. So he also has the speed in his legs, you know. Sometimes you look at his stride and you feel like it's not as airy, as springy as we seen for Remy or Kevin Kibet. But don't get fooled, like he can absolutely fly even on runnable terrain. And look at here. Like here is so steep that usually you have to brake, but he's just barely.
Yeah, it's just like a dance. It looks like he's dancing down the hill. So
Caressing
fluid.
the ground.
Yeah. There we go.
We love seeing that. A bit of action here.
Yeah. And he really is going to be looking to open up as much of a gap as possible because he knows that Remy is the king of climbing, and Kevin Kibet has shown that he can keep up with it. Whew. What a race.
Yeah, and look at this. Ida Amelie Ropsham still hasn't made it to the aid station. Somebody in the chat is telling us, Rick, it seems that according to Graphic, Tove is 4Ks ahead of second place.
I mean, based on where Ida is currently, I would say probably accurate.
Man, oh man. Oh yeah, she still has a few switchbacks to go through. This is two different races.
Yeah.
This is unreal.
Well, let's hear it from her, Ida Amelie Ropsham, on her race strategy for today.
Yeah, my race strategy this year is to start control, but also I really like that the first kilometers it's quite a flat. So I think I will try to be be with or go out a bit hard or strong, and then I will try to stay controlled and calm after the agulated potatis, and really start my race in Vallorcine. I think it's there the party begins.
All right, smart strategy. So it would mean that she still has some left in the tank to start racing a little harder from the upcoming aid station of Vallorcine. And I mean, with that drone shot, she's not slow. She is not slow at all. But Tove is once again, ladies and gentlemen, on another planet today in a league of her own. Look at her wind through this tiny little single track. You can't overshoot a turn here, otherwise you end up in a pile of rocks. But it's not slowing her down one bit. It's gonna be a sharp left-hand turn. And back on more rolling terrain. That gradual uphill, bit of a douche grade here, but she's keeping her head down as we are now familiar with that attitude.
Yeah, she's really not taken her foot off of the gas once this entire race. And, as much as Ida, I think, historically is correct with her race strategy, the race does often only start in Vallorcine. We saw it last year, where everyone was racing very tactically up Gilde Posset. But this year, it's different with Tove taking it out so hard. Again, like we've seen in the men's race, you don't want to let that elastic go too quickly and break. So I guess keeping up with Tove is a very, very risky move because she is so incredibly strong. But, yeah, oops. Dropped a bottle, but she's back.
Yeah, not much time was lost. And she's obviously very aware of the... Oh, left, yep. Of the weather conditions. Like, a lot of water was poured over her. The cap was put over her head. There you go. She's putting it back. And so, what's her split here? 2:11:44. Let's look at the past splits from Judith.
2:12:22.
So she is under the current course record. I mean, I hope she has those splits, because you could be like, that could play tricks on you and say, oh man, I'm so far behind.
Yeah.
But like, you remove Tove out of the equation, and she is still running under current course record pace. Judith Witter is no stranger to the trail running scene. She's an absolute beast. She has basically been on the podiums of all the best races in the world, and being able to be under Judith's course record is no small feat. And yet, when you're having a stellar day, somebody else is having an even better day.
That's how it goes, unfortunately.
And as much as, it's never done until it's done, I think once again, Tove confirms that when she's on the start line, everybody can be racing for second.
Okay, tell us in the chat, who's going to be coming down that hill first for the men's race? I think we've got a pretty good idea, but what's going to be happening behind? Is Remy still going to be second? Have we had any of that chase pack come up? Because we've got some very, very strong descenders in that chasing group behind those top three men that we saw come up over Gilde Posset. So let us know in the chat, what do you think is going to be happening in Vallorcine in the men's race? Are we going to see someone new shaking up that top three?
I mean, Adrien Briffaut is also like very, very strong down, but I think in that lead pack, Fred Tranchant is the profile that we knew could really shake things up, and he certainly delivered. And again, well done to the production for being at the heart of the action and bringing us those images, showing the passes, and we can, certainly appreciate the talent of all these competitors.
Yeah, we've got a slightly bigger gap between our men now. Adrien Briffaut coming in 2 minutes back from Remy Bonnet at Col de Possette. So yeah, there's a little bit more of a gap there, but if you're a strong descender, you can make up 2 minutes very, very quickly.
And there you go. Quick recap of what has been going on so far. Tove Alexandersson took it hard right from the start, and then half an hour later, the elite men and the first wave of this Mont Blanc Marathon was off, and there was a bit of a group in the mains, about 5 gentlemen running together on that flatter section, when in the women was already spreading out between Tove Alexandersson, Ida Amelie Robsham, and Naomi Lang. Here, just after Le Tour aid station. That's the group of the top 5 runners coming through Le Tour. And then on that climb, we had a new name in the women's race, Kirsten Debay-Russin from Germany, who was extremely strong climber here. Ida Amelie Robsham doing what she does best. But then we did have an answer on how strong Kirsten Debay-Russin was downhill, and compared to one of the world's best, she could not quite keep up. And a beautiful masterclass downhill by our 2025 world champion, Fred Tranchant. And as you anticipated, Tony, now in the lead, coming into the Valenciennes aid station. Oh yeah, and Martin is also bringing us a bit of information from the chat. It looks like Naomi is only 40 seconds back from Ida Amelie Robsham, which makes sense. Again, both downhill runners will have to play their cards on these descents, and both of them have done exactly that.
There we go. You can see Fred is on his way to that aid station in Valenciennes. So we will get an official timing point for him there. And then we wait and see what is happening behind him. How much time has he put in on Remy Bonnet and our chasing man, Kevin Kipton? Kibet, sorry. Wrong one. Right, oh, there we go. They're actually, if that was a look back for our men's race, I think that was our chasing group not too far behind.
That's the thing, like, technical descents, Fred Tranchant is untouchable. But when you open up like this, I think Kevin Kibet or Remy, if they choose to take risks and like maybe break a little bit of muscle fiber. All right, we got someone stopped here. Might have been a fall here. This is definitely Kirsten Debay-Russin.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she's taking a. But she also get a kiss, and with a kiss, the little oohies go away.
Makes everything better. There we go. That's Remy right behind Fred Tranchant. He did not let him run away with it.
Oh, interesting though.
Maybe he's got someone further along to give him bottles, but that was just a water over the head situation.
Yeah, interesting. So on the left, yeah, there you go, going across. Yeah.
Ooh. No, there we go. There we go. So he's picking up his bottles outside the other side of the aid station. And Remy is just behind. So Fred did pick up bottles. He just picked them up on the other side. So where he entered, and before he entered the aid station, he got a bottle of water that he poured over his head, took a sip, dropped his other bottles, and then on the other side of the aid station, he had another person waiting with his 2 refreshed bottles.
Man with a plan.
Yep.
Man with a plan. And I love that because you got to be smart. You got to optimize everything. And so now we are back on more rolling terrain, that long, slightly uphill climb. And this is where Remy is reclaiming the lead.
All right, let's go, let's go.
And now they both know, I mean, they already knew before the start each other's skills. And so they both made a statement. Uphill for Remy Bonnet, downhill for Fred Tranchant. And Remy knows that now, by the time he gets the climb up to La Flégère, he's really going to have to open up enough of a gap. Because in that descent, Fred Tranchant, if he's close enough, will be chasing and chasing hard.
Yep. Remy is definitely going to want to work to put in a bit of a gap on that climb up to Flégère, knowing how strong Fred Tranchant is in the descent. And the descent from Flégère is pretty technical. That traverse over before you heading down into Chamonix is pretty rough. Back with our leading woman as she is heading up to the top of Col de Montet. She is almost there.
Wow. She's almost there already.
Insane. 27 kilometers, probably around 1,400 meters at the moment of elevation gain. And 2:21 on the clock. That is really fast.
That's absurd.
When you see that Fred Tranchant is only coming through Vallorcine in 1 hour, 49 minutes, only 11 minutes ahead of Tove, that is crazy. That is truly crazy.
Wow. Did we do the math right here?
1:49.01 for Fred Tranchant through Vallorcine. And Tove went through in 2 hours and 17.
That is nuts.
That is nuts. Ladies and gentlemen, truly seeing history in the making here. I think we are looking at one of the greats in our sport.
That is unreal. And she's so far showing absolutely no sign of fatigue. She's head down, motoring up that road. She is only a few hundred meters away from being at the col, crossing the road, and then back onto the trails. There's going to be a bit of a descent going across the car park before that. Holy moly.
15 kilometers to go, and I think that sub 4 hours is very much on the cards here for Tove.
We're looking at, I mean, technically, already in Vallorcine, she was in 3:59, and she's still crushing. We go sub 3:55, I believe so.
I think
3:50. This is going to be very close to 3:50, and that is going to take her, what, top 20?
Easy.
I mean, 3:43 was the record, the winning time last year. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, really. My mind is struggling to keep up with what we are seeing here today.
She is rewriting history here as she takes on some of the pinnacle races of the trail running scene. 236 kilometers here between Tove Alexanderson and Ida-Amelie Robstrom. And Ida-Amelie is still running extremely well. And from what we saw at the last aid station, was still also running just under course record time. And she too would have spent pretty much the entire race so far on her own.
Yeah. Which is incredibly difficult. Like you said earlier, time trialing a race, it takes a certain kind of mental strength to be able to be alone and to keep pushing at the level that you need to be pushing at to run times like this.
Yeah, basically nothing is challenging you ahead or behind, and so you just have to have your racing plan, your racing splits, run by feel, not fall asleep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very easy to take your foot off the pedal and be like, okay,
I'm cruising.
I can chill, I can cruise now. But nope.
And yeah, like people on the sidelines will be wondering like what's going on here. Like that lady is moving super well, and yet we've seen someone else go through minutes and minutes and minutes ago.
Yep. Oh, I mean, I remember thinking the same thing last year in Canfranc. We saw Tove coming through on the final big climb before the last ascent into the finish area. And I remember thinking that she's either taken a shortcut or the rest of the women have gotten lost, because I couldn't believe how big the gap was between Tove and the rest of the field, who are incredibly strong runners in their own right. And we're seeing the same here. She has just opened up a huge gap. And Ida's having an incredible race. But Tove is just blowing out the water. Everything that we know about trail running and what is capable for the woman here. We know that Naomi Lang is also only 40 seconds behind Ida here. So we don't have visuals on her, but we can assume that she is not far back either.
Yeah, like on the certain areas where it opens up a bit, 40 seconds is enough to catch a glimpse of Ida-Amelie. And so there we go. So she's crossed the road and now she's kicked off the climb up to La Flégère. There's going to be a bit of a drop in the middle on the technical section. I hope we'll have images because, again, she'll be flowing through that with ease.
Okay, can we please, Uphill Notes Martin, thank you for your comments in the chat. It's amazing. Splits, Aguil de Posset to Vallorcine. Fred, 1602. Remy, 1625. Kevin Kibet, 1640. And Tove, 1652. Crazy. She is running 50 seconds slower than our current world champion for the men, Fred Tranchard.
Yeah, and just 12 seconds slower than Kevin Kibet, who was 4th at Mont Blanc Marathon.
I think we're looking at nearing the podium finish on the men's field as well.
And yeah, she's giving a hard time to our cam runner as well. It's been a tough day in the office.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about drawing the men's race. But I think if I was a camera runner and I drove having to follow Tove, I'd also be very worried.
Unreal. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've chosen to follow this race with us today, you've made the right call. This is a race that we're going to be talking about for decades.
And while we're following our first man here, Remy Bonnet, we've also got some updates from Vallorcine for the rest of the field. Adrien Brefort coming through there in 4th, just 3 minutes 30 back from our lead man, Manuel Moreas. He is right in the mix, and I assumed as much in that descent. I thought that we would see him moving up. Sami Chelangat, one of our early leaders, back with Manuel Moreas, 4:42 back from our lead men. And then some names that I haven't seen: Colbert, Miquel, Clément Lalba, Raoul Raus, and Dominic Rowley rounding out our top 10, all within 5 minutes of our top men.
Interesting. Dominique Rolly has fallen back a little bit. Maybe he's being mindful of the distance. This is, again, the first time he's lining up for a trail marathon. Meanwhile, Rémi Bonnet back in the lead. I don't think we've seen much of Fred Tranchant. Trying to figure out how far back he is.
Great split screen of two incredible athletes, Tove Alexanderson and Rémi Bonnet, our two leaders in this race today at the Marathon du Mont Blanc 42-kilometer. Just to give some love to our top 10 women through Vallorcine as well. Obviously, we had Tove Alexanderson through there in first in 2 hours. Ida Amelie Robsham in second position. Naomi Lang in third. Kristen de Beyer-Rusen in fourth. Emily Boule, one of our early runners in the front. She is in fifth. Bianca Tarberton, Adidas runner, in sixth position. Holly Wotton, Team Ultra, in seventh. Elisa Desco. Anais Chevalier Bouchet, and I think she might have been one of the lady that we saw in third right at the beginning.
Oh, right.
And then rounding out our top 10, Fabiola Conti. There we go, our top 10 ladies through Vallorcine, but obviously the story of the day, and I feel like we should say stories of the day, because Tove Alexanderson obviously having the race of, I want to say the year, but we've seen a lot of incredible racing this weekend, so one of the races of the year. But Ida Amelie Robsham, I just want to reiterate, she is currently still running under course record.
Oh, she's...
So, you know, we're talking a lot about Tove because she's having a great race, but Ida is also having an insanely good race. To run the same time as Judith Fieder, an incredible athlete, recently won European Championships, you know, insane athlete. So Ida is definitely putting herself up there as one of the top athletes in our sport.
And still head down, ladies and gentlemen, on the first part of that climb up to La Flégère, before dropping down a little bit.
Team 29, si jamais vous voulez des plans de devant la première, je peux aussi passer un peu devant en montée.
Go.
Magnifique.
Some runner is going to make a bit of a move so we can see the face of Tove Alexanderson. Pushing up that climb. Still, like you see, obviously this is very steep, and yet very little use of her arms as she's running. And then you transition to para hiking, which is, there you go, that is the right move.
Yeah.
Then your hands on knees.
Big steps like that, those powerful moves to run over steps like that is very inefficient and uses way more energy than is worth expending. So the power hiking over that is often the better move.
Oh, listen to that. She is breathing so hard. She could literally jog it to the finish and still take the win, but this is not her style. Tove Alexanderson is going to give everything she has and a little more to make it across the line. And again, in true fashion, she will collapse on the finish line. And there we go. We are talking about this. Let's let us know on the chat here. What will be the woman winning time? What new course record will Tove establish today? We are now almost guaranteed of a sub 4 hour, but it's like now it's like what? It's like 3:55. Is it gonna be like even less than that? In the meantime, the war is on in the men's race, and as much as Rémi Bonnet is trying to shake out Monsieur Tranchant, it's not quite succeeding.
Nope. Fred is not letting that elastic snap. He is holding on, and he is not letting Remy go.
He is a fierce competitor, and he's got the pedigree to rightfully claim a win here at the Mont Blanc Marathon. And so he knows that he just needs to keep Remy in sight. He doesn't need to be right with him. He doesn't need to pass him. He just needs to be close enough to make good use of that last descent, 800 meters of loss from the top of La Flèchère all the way down into Chamonix.
Yeah, if Fred is in striking distance at the top of Flèchère, I think it's safe to say that he is a stronger descender than Remy, and I would bet on Fred to take it home if they are together at the top of Flèchère.
Cheeky Fred still got it.
Allez, Fredo.
There we go. Let's hear it actually from current leader Rémi Bonnet about the reason why he keeps coming back to Mont Blanc Marathon.
Du coup, pour moi, le marathon du Mont Blanc, c'est vraiment une course mythique, pas très loin de chez moi, où il y a vraiment beaucoup de spectacles,
Mont Blanc Marathon
d'enfer sur le Mont Blanc.
You know,
du coup, c'est une course qui est toujours relevée, du coup,
too
ça
far
me
from
motive vraiment à
home,
revenir,
offers the most
revenir ici. Je
beautiful
pense que c'est ma
scenery,
cinquième
always
ou sixième
stacked. So I'm always
participation.
motivated to
Du
come
coup, c'est vraiment
and throw down here. This is the sixth time I'm coming here.
Faire, chaque année.
So that's definitely a race I love to take part on every single year. There you go, third place. Kevin Kibet still holding on.
Yeah, he's having a great race as well. He's not that far behind our front two men. And still charging. Currently unsponsored, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, wow.
I don't think he's with anyone.
I know he was with Solomon for a while, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, and you might be right. Like, yeah. Here we go. Oh la la! It's almost Fred is closing now.
Yeah, it does look like Fred's closing there.
It's on.
Yeah, and Kevin is really only maybe 200 meters, there we go, 400 meters away from our top leading man. So he's really not that far away. And if he climbs as strong as he did going up Aiguille de Posset, I think he could potentially close that gap even more.
And even if he doesn't, he's currently sitting in third place, which would be better than his fourth place here at Mont Blanc Marathon that he can be super happy about. But some gentlemen will be chasing from the back. I'm thinking of Olympic athlete Adrien Briffaut, for example. Yes, I am not. Yes. Yeah. I was looking at the question, where will Tove race again this year? And we will definitely see her at Sierzina. And I wasn't sure about OCC, but yeah, she ran Ventoux to get her ticket to OCC.
Yeah, a lot of the women here running today are coming back again at the end of August for OCC. So a really great race to check out the terrain. You know, you get to see some of the parts of the course. So yeah, everyone's here to test their legs and lungs.
Yeah,
and, they'll be back.
That little bit of a course change for OCC has created a bit of controversy amongst the runners, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Because going from 50 to 60K is quite a bit of a difference, so.
Yeah.
Anyway, marathon distance today, 42 kilometers, 2,500 meters of elevation gain and loss, going right now just over Col des Montets. And they're going to start dropping down back in Fred Tranchant's territory.
Yeah. Just to go back to the previous comment about how fast Tove ran down from Col de Posset, in 2024, Judith ran that in 20 minutes and 6 seconds. So Tove ran it just over 3 minutes faster.
And that is not that long of a section.
No.
That's like 12, 13% faster. That is incredible because the 10-30% is usually what we see between men and women.
Yeah. Once again, Tove redefining what is possible for women. I think this is only going to fuel everyone to train harder and race harder.
Yeah, and we had a bit of going from Tove.
Don't you dare step into the trail.
Slow down. So if you're on the way, you're going to get mowed over.
Pardon. Merci.
There we go. She's nearing the top of this little climb now before she's got a very technical descent. There we go. You can see she's almost at the top. And then she's got a very steep and very technical descent before they start the final climb up to Flégère. But knowing Tove and how skilled she is over this technical terrain, this descent is going to be a piece of cake for her and almost reset her because she is working very, very hard. But it's going to be a moment for her to catch her breath a little bit, recover a little bit, and then, that climb up to Flégère is going to be, I think, a very, very fast one as well.
Yeah, she's going to be able to, as you said, like regroup, recover, relax, shoulders down. And then, get ready for that last final punchy climb. And, the cam runner was earlier talking back to the studio. He's like, hey, guys, you want a front shot? I can run ahead of her. And we're like, oh, okay, good job. And now it sounds like he's breathing hard. He's like, man, she's not slowing down at all.
There we go. 30 kilometers into this 43.2 Ks in the Mont Blanc Marathon 2026. She is almost home and she is running very fast. Now with our second woman, she is just starting. She's at the very beginning of this climb that we see Tove about to crest over. There we go. 28.8 kilometers. Tove was at 30 kilometers, so she's about 2.2 kilometers ahead, but about 400 vertical meters ahead as well. And while we watch her tackle some of this technical single track, we're going to hear from her about the relation she has to this race.
Oh, I have raced it several times before. It was actually one of my first big races, but then not as an athlete, I will say. I just did it like for fun. But last year I was here to compete, and I was really happy to be here and had big goals. But last year I started out really hard. And I finished not that strong because of it was really hard the second part of the race. So I'm really motivated and hoping to be able to disponable the race better this year, and maybe start a bit more controlled and hoping for a strong finish.
There we go. Well, she's raced hard to Vallorcine, coming in under Judith's record there as well. Here we go. Remy Bonnet, our men's leader, passing Naomi Lang, who is also on this final climb up to one of the final climbs. So Remy Bonnet, our race leader, passing our woman who is currently in third position, and Fred Tranchard just behind that. So we're going to see him crossing Naomi now as well. Whew! What a race. Now the big question though, will we see Remy catch up to Tove, or are we going to see them crossing that finish line together? Here we go. Fred catching up his hands, using it. There we go. Sky running coming into use there, but he is going to be crossing Naomi Lang there, who is our current third place woman in this Marathon du Mont Blanc. There we go. Very cool to see that, and Naomi cheering him on as well. There we go. Fred is getting warm. Smart move, because this climb gets exposed. And we can't really see Remy in the distance there, but I don't think he is too far ahead. Fred is looking up. You can see he's trying to spot him, make sure he's not letting Remy get too far ahead. But as we said, with Tove, after this climb, there is a very technical descent, which we think Fred will definitely be able to nail. Here we go. This technical descent that we mentioned earlier. Tove absolutely making easy work of this. This section she's making look incredibly easy, but it is very, very technical. Lots of rocks, lots of big steps. She's just flying down there. Once again, she just knows how to pick a line. Whoa, don't overshoot. There we go. Super tight switchbacks, super technical. You can see the arms up. She's balancing herself. She's using them to help stabilize over these sections. But yeah, she is making very, very quick work of this descent, which is in fact incredibly technical, although she is making it look much easier than it is. And really making use. I think that's something that is so important in these races. You know, she's really opening up and making use of those flatter, more runnable sections in between these sections that are slightly more technical and slower. So yeah, making up seconds where she can, and then just being as efficient as possible over those more technical sections.
We anticipated it, and once again she delivered.
And with the second woman, but Remy Bonnet, our leading man, coming up behind Ida here. We're gonna see the pass.
So same, like, let us know in the chat what will be the finishing time across the line in Chamonix that you think Tove Alexandersson can achieve. But also now, do you think that she, like, the first main will catch her? This happened in the past few years, but my personal opinion is that this won't this year.
I think we're gonna see Tove cross that finish line before our leading men.
Yeah. And now Remy, he knows, we talked about it, he knows he needs to push as hard as he can, because when these two gentlemen will find exactly where we saw Tove just earlier in that little bit of a descent, quite technical, Fred is going to make sure that he closes the gap as much as he can, or possibly put time on Remy, because, you know, on this technical section, and you can see, oh man, this is amazing footage here. We're loving it. And see, that descent is quite long and technical, and so she's
honestly, watching this it's truly breathtaking how smooth she is over the section.
And see the trajectories as well, like she really leans left and right when she's taking those sharp turns. Engagement is at its peak, and I hope the cam runner has put solid strap around the ankles to keep up. There we go.
She's already down. Oh wow.
Yeah. And now it is it. Head down all the way up to La Flégère. Man, oh man.
Yeah, she's got a little bit of a more rolling section now. On this climb, it's a little bit more gradual, a little bit flatter, so she'll be able to open up and whoop. She makes it down that whole technical descent and then trips on the uphill.
Yeah, it's always the case. You see a lot of trips happening in the uphill that requires runners to lift their knees a little higher. That's when you relax, your attention just like goes out a little bit. You know, it's so focused, and that's when mistakes happen. But here, that was just a tiny bit of a slippage. There you go, back with our men's leader, Rémi Bonnet, still leading the race, but Fred Tranchant hot on his heels. So on the steeper the terrain is going to get, technically, the more Rémi's going to have an advantage and be able to try and pull away from the 2025 world champion.
Rémi's also very near the top of that climb now as well, so we will see him starting that descent relatively soon.
And it's insane. Look at this comparison for both strides. Tove Alexanderson versus Rémi Bonnet on the split screen, and man, it wasn't much of a difference.
Yeah. Well, Tove went through the Bois Plagnolet. You'll have to correct me on that one. But she has split through there in 2:48.23. Judith Vida went through in 3:03.34. So, what is that? 15 minutes?
Good luck.
So she's put another 3 minutes on Judith's time.
And while we're watching her fly up Flagey, we also get a lovely slow motion of her taking on some of that really technical descent. It's hard because there's some sections where there's really big jumps down, and if you're not comfortable with that, it's really hard, especially if your legs are tired. And she just made that look so easy.
She's flowing down. And there we go. Now we're starting to hear the grunt of our cam runner. It says it all. These cam runners are world class. Like, they're top athletes in their own right. And today, seeing how much they're being challenged to keep up with Tove Alexanderson. Oh. There we go. Third place, Naomi Long. Still climbing. Again, coming from Scotland, the heat is not her best racing environment. And so she'll be still pushing. She obviously knows that course. That was her trail marathon debut.
Non, c'est la troisième, Naomi.
And while I think our men's podium is still uncertain, I think we can safely say that Ida is going to finish between Ida and Naomi. We've got our top three with Tove definitely coming in first there.
Yeah, wow, I didn't realize. It's not that much between Ida, Amelie, and Naomi Lang.
Yeah, so I think second and third is still a little bit
Still up
uncertain.
for grabs.
Both of them are incredibly strong descenders. At the moment, I'd probably say Ida looks like she's climbing slightly better than Naomi. But both of them probably not loving the heat. Mm-hmm. Both of them coming from slightly cooler climates.
And we had seen, like, Ida Amelie really at every aid station try to cool herself down, put water over herself. First the cold ice bandana that ended up bothering her and she chucked it. And then in Valenciennes, a wet cap, and I'm just short for words. Like, seriously?
Yeah, I'm looking at this and going, she's got 10 kilometers left. It's 2:53. I think she's going to come in like 3:40.
That is unreal. Again, ladies and gentlemen, winning time last year, 3:43. And women's course record, 4:11. Tove now is guaranteed to go under 4 hours, so that's already 11 minutes down on the previous course record. But the way she's moving right now, it's going to be sub 3:55, perhaps close to 3:50, which is unfathomable.
Yeah, this is truly insane to see.
She's working. Like, you can hear her like grunt her way up the hill. Every steep section, slowdowns, head down, tiptoeing, keeping the running stride, and then reopens and pushes even.
Yeah.
It's not like, sometimes you start going down, you relax a little bit, you try to regroup. Nah, she's pushing.
I mean, she's still got a lot of racing to do, right? It's only 10 kilometers, but there's still quite a big climb and that really long descent. I mean, I'm not going to say she's pushing too hard, but it's for me, I'm struggling to comprehend how she is working so hard, how she's breathing so hard, and is going to be able to maintain this whole race.
And yeah, like this is how you break records. Like, every opportunity she has to push the pace, she's taking it. Like, she's leaving absolutely nothing out there. And if that holds until the line, Tony,
I think that's a record that we're going to see stay for.
we can just start engraving it.
Yeah, that's
gonna
not
be
going
there.
anywhere anytime soon. I mean, this is what we normally see. That is a normal professional female trail runner, and then we cross over to Tove, and it's just it's another level. It's another world.
And also, it's good, like, as much as she's pushing hard, she seems to be also making sure she's drinking or fueling. It looks like she was taking something out of her belt just a second ago. And here she comes, your second place in the women's race, Ida Amelie Robsham. And yeah, imagine that. She has yet to reach that downhill section. We saw Tove earlier. There's a world between these two ladies, and yet we can't take anything away from Ida Amelie. She's doing an amazing race. And if she's still moving well, at least at the last aid station in Valorsien, this is not Tove Alexandersson on the screen. There's a bit of a mistake here. It is Ida Amelie Robsham in second place. And yeah, in Valorsien, she was running under previous course record pace. So when she said she was gonna play her cards in the second half of the race, if she still has some in the tank, she might very well also run under 4:11 for the Mont Blanc Marathon when she gets to the finish line in Chamonix, which would be an amazing achievement in itself. There we go. Still over 10Ks to go for Tove Alexandersson. And the sun's going to get hotter and hotter. Oh, she is going to be absolutely cooked when she comes across the line. Because, yeah, there's no slowing down here. And she's added another... I mean, again, it's hard to compare with distance because, now Ida is on the downhill, so you'd hope that she would run faster than Tove on that section, but look at her go.
Yeah, as you can see with that graphic at the bottom, it's been a little bit flatter, slightly more gradual gradient, but it really starts kicking now as they get towards the top of this climb with the finish, that brutal finish, the very exposed section up the ski piste towards Flèche.
That's the second time we see.
Yeah, second time she's kind of tripped up or rolled her ankle a little there, so it definitely indicates she's getting a bit tired. She's working hard. I don't think she's losing focus, because if she was losing focus, she wouldn't have her foot on the gas like she does. But I definitely think she's starting to feel the
Oh, and that's exactly, yeah.
There we go.
She's going so hard that, like, and this is like, she is
Très léger.
her competition.
Yeah.
Because if she actually just look after herself, like one mistake, and we have seen that, like.
No.
3 or 4 years ago, like at the final Golden Trail Series, she just fell on day 2. It was a stage race, and she absolutely destroyed herself and had to drop out.
Yeah.
And so here again, it was slightly uphill, so not super fast, so not too much damage. There we go. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. And this is happening. We might very well see a pass, if not already.
And that, I think, is Kevin Kibet, who the cameraman was trying to turn around and see.
Handbag. Because Ida Amelie is far from slow on this section. She's looking really good. But again, you know, Naomi Lang, one of the world's best on these downhill technical sections, will be looking to try and close that gap, or at least get closer and closer in contact, and to put a bit of pressure on Ida Amelie as well. She'll be wanting to do better than her 3rd place.
Just for anyone wondering, that 2:30 in the top right-hand corner is the men's time. We are 3 hours into the women's race. Racer starting 30 minutes ahead for the women, so that they have their own start, they can run their own race, and we are seeing history in the making because of it.
Yeah, this is a scenario where we're usually never seeing with such a stacked field at the start. It's usually a battle all the way until the end. But nope, Tove has decided to take on that race by storm, and so far has been leading from it wire to wire, and is now, you know, starting to get tired, rightfully so. And look at this.
Hey.
Naomi Lang is telling Kevin Kibet, like, well, hold on, son. Like, if you're gonna pass, you better move, because I don't want you in my way.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hang around and wait for you to do this thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect timing just to show how strong Naomi Lang is going downhill. I think she has to slow down because Kevin is right in her way. But she is not losing ground at all. She's just waiting for the right moment to make a move. But again, you don't want to take too many risks either on those sections. So she's just cruising behind Kevin Kibet, running for his life. And look at that.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think she's probably slightly better at him at choosing the line.
And even running downhill, like, she's just beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful to watch. All right, there we go. Remy has been through our next checkpoint, so he is still in the lead after that descent, where we assumed Fred might catch up. So I'm interested to see what that difference is there. Whoop.
Yeah.
There's that fall that we saw Tove take.
Again, it wasn't too quick, so again, no damage, but that'll wake you up.
Yeah.
And these are the signs that a mindful runner will take into account. But I don't think mindful is associated with Tove Alexanderson. So she'll be like, yeah, whatever. I'll just keep trucking forward.
Yeah.
And whatever happens, happens.
She's in full race focus. There's no way that she is slowing down.
There we go. Ida Amelie Robsham again in that descent. Very technical section here. So there's plenty of technical running left for Naomi Lang to possibly close the gap or get closer and closer. Allez, 39 seconds for Rémi Bonnet. That's the lead he has still on Fred Tranchant.
Let's go, Remy.
Personally, I thought that would be less than that.
Yeah, me too. I thought Fred would be able to close that gap a little bit, especially considering how technical it was. But Remy's held his own. He managed to get through that section without losing any time. In fact, I think he might have even put on a little bit of time.
Yep.
Yeah.
But maybe he's made that time on the climb before the descent, and he really had a big gap on Fred because we didn't really have visual on this gentleman. And there we go. Naomi Lang has passed Kevin Kibet in that descent, and I think the best move for Kevin is to try and keep up with Naomi, let her pick the trajectories. As you were saying, she's really good at reading the terrain and navigating those technical sections, so he can just hold on to that.
Yeah, this is a super chunky section of the trail here.
But that's just where we saw Ida Emily, like what, a minute ago?
Yeah, very shortly.
Let's call it 90 seconds, but that's gonna melt to so much less by the time they get to the bottom of that descent.
Was I mistaken in hearing someone cheer saying Ida? So maybe they're a lot closer than we think.
I heard that cheer, but I couldn't quite make what that sounded like. Here we go, Remy Bonnet in the lead, trying to run away on these rolling/uphill sections. This is where he needs to play his cards. He knows that he needs to open up a substantial gap on Frenchman Fred Tranchant. And Fred will try to, like right then at Bois Poignolet, he was just 39 seconds back. And that might be within reach still if he stays, I'd say, within a minute of Remy Bonnet for that last descent. But Remy, there's still a whole lot of climbing to do for Remy to put more time on Fred Tranchant.
Our camera runners just tag teaming there, and I assume we're going to have one run back and try and catch Fred in second position, but Remy is just looking so smooth here. As we saw with Tove, he is opening up and using these flat sections. He is not letting off. Still haven't had Kevin Kibet come through that checkpoint before the climb up to Flagey, so we can safely assume that first and second have a pretty big gap. Up there we go. As I said, 4 minutes back from Remy Bonnet coming through that checkpoint at Bois Plagnolet. That's a hard one. So yeah, just under 3.5 minutes behind Fred Tranchant.
Je viens de te le laisser il y a
There we go.
45
We've got
minutes.
camera on Fred.
Allez, t'y crois, Fred. Hein?
Camera runner saying 1 minute back. Both of these men moving really well.
5, Fred Tranchant.
There we go. An orienteering runner, Fred Tranchant, being filmed by another orienteering athlete, Fleury Roux, part of our cam runner crew.
Tête de femme, tête de course femme. Tête de course femme, on
She is
arrive sous la
about to
trappe.
enter the piste. She is maybe 50 meters away from the start of that piste up to Flagey.
And this is
Super,
it. This is Remy's unofficial aid station. Every year he stops there. We had a chat with Thibaut Varognon earlier, and he says that is the place where you want to stop. There's still so much ground to cover, and this comes as a blessing. You put water over yourself, you drink, that just cools you down, reset, and then boom, last section. And as you can see, it's more and more exposed. That very last part on the ski slopes is totally exposed, and so he knows that he cannot afford to either fall behind with hydration or even nutrition to be able to pull away. I as far as possible from Fred Tranchant and hopefully secure a second win after his win here in 2023. Oh, the bib is falling apart. Fred Tranchant also using the thing, doing a few push-ups on the way. Why not?
Yeah, that's like less than a minute to Remy still.
True. That is so dangerously close for the Swiss runner. Obviously trying to secure a second win here, but Fred Tranchant, you know, that is his distance. That is the kind of a distance elevation ratio that he likes. There we go. Tove Alexandersson now in the final section of that climb. And I can tell you, team, this is a wall.
Yeah.
This is an absolute wall. And the fact that she's still running there is absolutely insane.
Yeah, this is insane. It's also incredibly exposed, and those rocks just really reflect the sun into your face. It is a really difficult section of this course. Brutal climb, and the fact that she is still running is insane. You can see the rest of the world would be doing as the hiker behind, poles out, hiking it up there, but not Tove Alexandersson, not when you are as incredible an athlete as she is.
That'd be going backwards. Yeah, no, that's unheard of. This is a whole new territory for the women's sport. She is writing history as we speak.
Insane.
And there you go, Flo. Hey, Flo. It's always good to see you there. Yeah, Naomi is only 1 minute back now from Ida Amélie, having made good use of that technical descent to Bois-Poignolet.
Insane. So she's got a little bit more climbing here. You can see the top of the climb. There's a meeting with her crew, and then she's just got the descent down into Chamonix. We are going to see an insanely fast time here from Tove.
And so, yeah, again, seeing that she is not looking after herself, not trying to be mindful. I have all my fingers crossed that in that descent, we'll see Tove come out of it in one piece. But we've seen times and times again here at the Mont Blanc Marathon, crashes.
Yeah.
Big crashes. We've seen Sarah Alonso like absolutely face plant.
Sylvia Nordska coming through, that iconic photo of her coming through the finish line, blood all down the front of her. There's been some gnarly crashes around here.
And so we've seen that even on the uphill, Tove was tripping. She took a tiny bit of a fall. And so now, obviously, she's not slowing down, giving everything she's got. For those who are familiar with the course, the aid station is going to be slightly moved as there are work being done on the building, on the top station of the lift. So the aid station is going to be slightly in a different location, and by the sound of what our field reporter is communicating to us, Hilary Girardi, she says it is absolute chaos up there with all the team managers, left, right, and center. They're trying to contain them in this 100-meter area before or possibly after the aid station. But apparently after, they drop straight down into a 20% hill. So you can't really be helping your runner like as they're just tumbling down a hill. So it's going to be interesting to see the confusion. But again, I think Vincent Viette, who's doing the crew for Tove, will be alone, have peace and quiet and plenty of room to help out Tove Alexandersson for that last part. Look at her. Look at...
She is working so hard.
She is grinding hard. I can't even imagine the pain in her legs because she's human, so she would be hurting.
Yeah.
But that's just a decision to be like, not give the pain a voice, not hear it, just carry on regardless. There you go, Naomi Lang also making good use of that creek in the cap over the face. And she knows just a minute back from Ida Amelie. Now it's time to make the move, try to close a little bit so she can make a decisive move on that last descent. There you go. This is the top of La Flégère.
Once again, we're looking at our women's record holder, Judith Vida from 2024, coming up to Flégère in 3:33.11. And Tove, once we get the time up there again, let me check. There we go, 3:14. So to be honest, she hasn't increased her lead much from the bottom of this climb. She was about 15 minutes ahead at the bottom of the climb, the start of the climb up to Flégère. So she hasn't increased the lead over Judith's time since then, but she is still moving.
Interesting. That's a very good insight. Because we know that Judith is extremely strong at pacing herself and finishing, with still a lot in the tank especially for the last descent. Also, Judith Wieder. It's no surprise here. She was also a world-class orienteering athlete before she came onto the trail running world. I remember her first race. I think it was at Ring of Steel in Scotland, when she took it by storm, broke the course record, and be like, oh, that was fun. That was easy. And then from then on, went on to win some of the best races in the world. So there we go. We are getting dangerously close to the aid station, and we're going to transition now with Hilary Girardi, our field reporter, to get the insight from there.
À La Flégère, donc c'est le dernier ravitaillement avant la descente sur Chamonix. Donc il en reste peu de courses d'ici et principalement de la descente. Donc on sait que ça va arriver très très vite.
Here, they're coming from the right, as normally they're going over the right-hand side, so they're touring the big building, the top of the lift, from the left-hand side now.
Dans cette petite montée qui est assez raide.
And here we go. She's there, dropping up, and she is going straight for the flat. So again,
elle va pas comprendre le français.
Et arriving completely dry.
Même pas arrêter la foulée. Elle a pris un seau d'eau sur la tête, une éponge. Elle a pris une gourde et
so luckily again, and kudos to the volunteers. She said she's taking a whole bucket over the head. Barely asked for it, but that will come as a blessing. And there we go, straight back on the other side.
La tête de course féminine qui ne se fait pas encore rattraper par les hommes. Je crois que on attend.
Hilary Girardi pointing out that this is indeed the first time that we're seeing still a woman ahead of the men's in that section, and she's confirming indeed that Tove might very well run under 4 hours. This is now a guarantee. It's like how much under 4 hours she is going to run. Back to second place, Ida Amelie Robsham, and here's Kevin Kibet that we had seen earlier, running stride for stride with Naomi Lang. It means, obviously, Kevin Kibet is a little faster on the up, but it means that gap between second and third is not as big as it used to be.
Yep. And just so we are staying on top of things, Tove ran about 29 minutes for that section between Plagnolet, dang, that's a hard one, all the way to Flégère. So roughly the same time as Tove, they both ran about 29 minutes. So Tove did slow down slightly. She's coming back to those mortal paces, but she is still well ahead of the record at the moment.
And there we go, Naomi Lang now chasing hard. And I don't think she would have had the chance to catch a glimpse of Ida Amelie just yet. But if anybody tells her that she's getting closer,
Yeah, at this point you just need to see like the smallest glimpse of the person who's running ahead of you, and it will be a huge boost to your energy levels.
yeah, and Tony right behind now with the poles. Not many runners are carrying poles. Manuel Merias is making his move. He has the distance in the legs that is almost going to be short for him. And on that climb, he's such a strong runner, but he's not alone. He is not alone, ladies and gentlemen.
Adrien Brefort? No?
Yeah, no, you got that right. Swiss runner Adrien Brisfo is trying to hold on. So these gentlemen are running for 4th and 5th right now. But they are not that far from Kevin Kibet. And we've seen that, he couldn't keep up with Naomi Lang in the previous descent into Bois Poignolet, which means that in that last descent, which is 800 meters of elevation loss, Manuel Merias, who is not arguably one of the best in the business for the descents, he's probably planning on playing his cards all the way down to the finish, and that's 3rd place is not acquired.
It's not a guarantee. I mean, they were only less than 90 seconds back at Bois
Poignolet.
That one. And interestingly, Dominic Rollier has also moved up from 10th to now 6th position.
And we just have a bit of a subliminal apparition of Antoine, who's out there cheering the runners.
Hey, Antoine.
And there you go, Rémi Bonnet again in that last section on the ski slopes. This is the steep part that he is arguably one of the best in the world to be able to cover the ground faster than the rest of the field and try to break the elastic with Fred Tranchant. But again, see how far you can see.
Yeah.
And so it's Fred Tranchant, when he pops out of the woods and get onto that dirt road, looks up, and if he see just a tiny silhouette of Rémi Bonnet, he's gonna be hungry.
Oh yeah, and same with women. If Naomi Lang can see Ida at that point on the track, I think it's going to be a very, very tight race in that women's race for 2nd and 3rd position.
So, okay, can we look further back? Oh, yeah. And Rémi knows that this is, he's got a line of sight, and so far, no sign of Fred Tranchant.
There we go. He's just entering onto there now. So he's got, what is that, maybe 300 meters between them? Maybe not even 250. It's not that far, but that is a steep section of trail, and that translates into, I think, definitely more than a minute.
Oh, yeah. At this pace, it is more than a minute. So Fred will try and look in the distance. There you go. He looks up before keeping his head down for that climb. He's just going to grind it as much as he can, but he knows that he can burn old new matches. He needs to keep some for that descent where he knows that he has a shot at possibly closing. I mean, he will most likely be closing on Rémi, but how much will he be closing? Is that going to be enough? Man, there is a lot of ground, and it showed on your screen 230 meters, but it looks like so much more.
Yeah, being Fred right now, looking up there and seeing how far Rémi is, I think he's got 2 options. He either really pushes now on this climb to try and close that gap a little bit more, with the intention then of passing him in that descent, knowing he's potentially a slightly stronger descender, or he holds back and tries to conserve his focus and his energy for this descent, because as we've seen, it is quite technical.
Oh, look at that. Tove still absolutely sending it. This is insane. It is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
She's keeping her head down. Now we know she's suffering, and she's just not slowing down, trying to give everything she's got. But that's her racing style. You don't hold back ever, and you try to make it in one piece to the finish line. There is still a bit of climbing, traversing across, and then dropping down into Chamonix. That descent is not uber steep and technical. There's a lot of switchbacks, but as we said, I don't know if we can say every year, but most years we have had big crashes in that descent following the leaders. And so we'll keep our eyes peeled, not that we wish that upon anyone.
Yeah, for sure.
But if there's drama, we want to see it.
Yeah, we love a little drama, but ideally it's not dangerous drama.
Yeah.
But no, it's also getting really warm out there, and as you can see with both of our men and male and female leads, they're exposed. They're running in the full sunlight here, and I think it's starting to get warm out there. You've seen Tove going through that aid station, getting a whole bucket dumped on her head, so they're definitely going to start feeling the heat now as well. And with the storm that came through last night, we got a lot of rain. So in that forest coming down, while they're not in direct sunlight, it's going to be humid. So hopefully everyone has been looking after themselves, because a descent like that, like you say, it's not super steep or technical, but the risk of cramping, if you haven't looked after yourself, is also very high.
Look at that side shot from the drone, like how much the mountain biker has to work with the e-mountain bike to keep up with Remy on that steep section. Unreal.
Yeah, I wish we could have like a mortal runner running next to him just to show you how fast he's going.
It would look like they're standing still.
Yeah.
And so, just like with the first woman going through the aid station, we're going to switch back with Hilary Girardi from the field to get a close look at Rémi's transition and maybe try to listen to what Vincent Viette might actually share with Remy. So you see, normally they're going to the right-hand side of your screen. So we're not seeing it with the drone. Drone is blocked. Here we go. Let's hear it from Hilary.
Alors, on attend ici Rémi Bonnet, premier homme sur cette course. Juste ici, c'est son équipe de ravitailleurs. C'est le même ravitailleur, le même équipe que Tovea Alexanderson. Donc, ça pourrait être une très bonne journée pour leur équipe. Juste de l'autre côté, on a la ravitailleuse de
somebody from the team with a whole bucket of water ready to
qui, on le sait, il est plutôt imbattable.
pour water all over him.
Autant à ski qu'à pied.
He's drinking everything from the flask. He's going to drop the flask. No need to carry extra weight. Although, Tony, like if you put rocks in your pocket, that's more weight for the descent.
Il a très chaud, il va prendre de l'eau, il va finir aussi ses gourdes. On a vu comme la dernière fois au tour qu'il jette ses flasques par terre, il mange un gel et il repart pour la dernière descente. Retournons-nous à l'antenne.
Here we go. Thanks, Hilary. So yeah, as we saw, it was a very quick transition. Water dumped over Remy. He had a gel, drunk a flask, and I think he's still left with a flask. But that's about it. Tove had a much bigger one, half a liter. Oh, and there we go. That is the pass. Manuel Miregas moving in third place, passing Kevin Kibet before the ski slopes. There we go.
Wow, you've got to love the wisdom of Manuel Miregas and how smart he is with his race pacing. Starting slow, not working his way up the pack throughout the day, and finally moving into podium position now at this point in the race.
And he said it during the press conference. He's like, I'm coming to this race knowing very well that it's nowhere near as technical as it should be suiting me. Oh, look at this. Gasping for air. Fred Tranchant making it to the aid station in La Flégère. He has given everything he had. He's probably feeling the altitude a little bit. Wow. Wow.
Still time for a smile and a wave to the crowd, though.
Just, yeah, only just. Here we go, coming down into the station, back with Hilary Girardi from the field.
Derrière nous, Fred Tranchant qui arrive. Donc il avait prévu que c'était bien possible que Rémi ait de l'avance dans la montée parce que il est vraiment imbattable à la montée, mais Fred c'est un super cascadeur. Donc il se met de l'eau sur la tête. On a appris de sa ravitailleuse qu'il allait prendre un gel glacé. Donc elle a mis son gel au frigo, enfin au congèle avant la course. Comme ça, quand ça descend, ça fait du bien. Alors, on va demander à Pauline qui veut descendre jusqu'en bas. Alors, Pauline, qu'est-ce que tu penses de cette dernière partie de course jusqu'à là?
Le scénario que Rémi soit un petit peu en avance à ce stade, c'était prévu. Après la 2 minutes, ça va être dur quand même de rattraper. Mais bon, on ne sait jamais.
Rémi would be ahead at that point.
Ça peut défaillir devant, revenir derrière, donc il faut y aller.
Bon, Fred, il a l'habitude de ne rien
they're going to be looking ahead to obviously try and close the gap with Rémi in the descent, but also always be mindful of what could be coming back from behind.
Super.
And so now she's going to try and pack up, take the lift down and catch him at the finish. And Hilary was saying that talking with Fred's crew before he arrived, he was going to just drink out of that bottle, leave it, have his flask, and then have a gel that was cold, like frozen, and it had been kept probably like close to ice or something. And look at this. El Señor Manuel Merias with his poles absolutely destroyed Kevin Kibet in a matter of a few minutes. And on that climb, probably going to score one of the fastest time uphill with his poles. And again, back to him, he was saying that that race was not suiting him, and if he was going to be in this area and that was going to be his choice, he would be on the summit instead of being going around the valley. But again, he's looking for the strongest competition, and he knew that by coming to the Mont Blanc Marathon, he would be facing the world's best, and that's what he was after. And here, showing, as you were saying, perfect race pacing, and coming back so strong to so far be on the podium. And since there is a big descent, Kevin Kibet is not going to close, so he's probably has the third place secure, I would say.
Well, we've gone from estimated finish time of 10:51 to now 10:41. Oh wait.
That's local time.
That's local time. I was about to say, Tony, that doesn't make sense. But I think she is going to be well ahead. She has got 3:30:10 on the clock at Chamonix, and now she has just got that final descent.
Oh la 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 la. And look at Rémi Bonnet now opening up even more. This is still a section where he can hope to put a few seconds on Fred Tranchant possibly before things get really steep. This is a long traverse across. He's going to go between the rocks and then continue traversing. So yeah, this is still actually, this is a section of the course that is very similar to the traverse in the middle of Nevers-Molaison, the race that Rémi won just last weekend. And now we have a visual on Fred Tranchant.
Fred is also pushing here. He is not letting up. There we go, second woman. She's making her way up towards that aid station at Flagey. Ida Amelie Robsham. An incredible race from her today as well, coming through Vallorcine ahead of the record pace. I guess we will see now when she passes through Flagey where she lies now, but still moving well. Again, just putting into perspective what Tove was doing, being able to run this entire climb.
Yeah, you see there's still quite a bit of climbing to do. You can hear the bagpipes.
Oh yeah, the bagpipe. Who's the Scottish runner they're playing for?
Well, she's coming in third position.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you'd call a UK athlete Scottish. They might not appreciate.
She's from Aberdeen.
Oh yeah. But there we go.
Yeah, we're talking indeed about Naomi Lang from Aberdeen originally, right now living in Glasgow.
They're preparing the way for her. Here you can see Ida, and then just ahead is Kevin Kibet, our now fourth position male, as Manuel Marias has taken over the third position spot.
There we go. Look at this. This is the true face of Manuel Marias. An absolute demon. He knows how to go to the well. He really does. And yeah, he was going to the right-hand side because this is what usually was the route. And so maybe a bit of confusion here, but he will see, he'll be reassured, and we'll see the aid station very soon. And something to remind you of, like if you haven't been following the season very closely, there has been time and time again duels between Manuel Marias and Fred Tranchant, and usually they were truly running stride for stride. And in the last descent, Manuel Marias was always actually running faster than Fred. He was always passing Fred in the descents. I think Fred never really managed this past season to outrun Manuel Marias in the downhill. So obviously there's a whole lot of ground between these two gentlemen at this point. But it shows, we've seen Fred Tranchant run downhill earlier. Manuel Marias can outrun that man. There we go, quick glimpse at Tove Alexandersson, still sending it down on her way to the finish line in Chamonix. And we're going to transition once again back to Hilary Girardi, straight from the field.
Nous venons de voir le quatrième, le troisième et le quatrième homme passer. Maintenant, on attend la deuxième femme qui va arriver très très vite derrière nous. Il y a son équipe qui est déjà en place. Ils ont ravitaillé donc le quatrième homme et ils se préparent pour Ida. Donc la Norvégienne qui a signé une super quatrième place à Zegama le mois dernier. Et on voit que... Alors on la voit descendre, elle est en blanche, elle freine un peu dans la descente, donc on n'a pas tout à fait la même foulée que Tove l'avait, mais elle avance super bien. Donc elle commence à regarder son équipe qui se met en vue pour elle. Et elle dit qu'elle ne veut pas son flasque, elle veut que de l'eau. De l'eau, c'est ce qu'elle veut quand elle arrive là. Donc c'est un des enjeux quand on est ravitailleur, il faut se tenir prêt avec plusieurs options pour le coureur, parce que si la coureure ne sait pas forcément à l'avance ce dont il aura envie. Donc deuxième coureuse vient de passer et on rentre à l'antenne avec les images de tête de course.
Here we go. So yeah, I mean, bunch of information here, a lot that we had already talked about from the aid station. She mentioned everything that went down with Ida, and yeah, she didn't want any energy drink. She just asked for strictly water, so they had obviously both flasks available, and helped her out with this. She chucked her cap as well, like she knows it's going to be more shaded now in the descent, although there's still a bit of traverse, but she chose to, you know, get rid of that. And she's back out. She still looks like she was in control. She was well aware of what she wanted, which is always a good sign. And actually it was a fast transition because she just like came out of the aid station faster than Kevin Kibet, who's now ended up being just behind her.
Yeah, and Kevin Kibet has actually dropped down into fifth position with Adrien Briffaut coming in through fourth.
Yeah, we had seen Adrien right behind Manuel Marias. It would have been tough for him to keep up with Manuel on that big climb without poles, but he's still there.
Yeah, the only having water is an interesting choice because, like you've said, that traverse across is still quite hard. It's like a little bit rolling, a bit of a roller coaster, and then that descent is still long. You're still about 8 kilometers away from home at that point. And yeah, I guess my concern is that you still need quite a lot of energy to do that. So I hope she has fueled well before this point, and this is just her wanting hydration, not a stomach issue.
And there you go. She would have heard the bagpipes. It will feel like home. It will give her a little bit of a extra Scottish boost as she runs down towards the aid station. Naomi Lang in third place, and she will get the splits from Vincent Viet. There is still room to move up one more spot. Obviously, Ida Amélie is very much looking forward to crossing the line in second place. Let's see if we can hear something. Oh, she's gonna drown. There we go. Game face is on. Game face is on. She has been told the split with Ida Amélie. And what is it?
3 minutes, just under 3 minutes, 2:50.
It's substantial.
Yeah.
But again, if anybody can do it, it is Naomi. And so that's where we're starting to see like crash again. I don't want to jinx it, but we're getting now into probably the last third of the descent. Legs are tired. The pounding has just taken a toll on these athletes. But at the same time, you start to smell the bar and you're like, all right, we're getting there. And so possibly you lose a bit of focus, and this is where shit hits the fan.
And yet she is just so smooth on these descents, so in control.
That's the thing, like, she will not slow down ever so slightly. Every step, she will keep pushing forward. And this is what is so dangerous.
A descender's dream, this trail. If you can find your flow here, oh, lovely.
Oh yeah, you can clock some really fast Ks in between those switchbacks.
Yeah, don't want to be hiking down this trail with Tove coming up behind you. She is absolutely motoring. And I guess this means if you're around Chamonix and you're wanting to watch these top athletes come in, best you get your coffee and your croissant, because she's going to be coming in any moment. And you best start lining those streets because, yeah, we're expecting her in the next 10 minutes or so.
10, 15. 10? Yeah. Damn, yeah, it is getting close. As soon as she'll be on the four-wheel drive track. 3Ks to go. There you go. So
12 minutes.
Yeah.
There we go. And Remy is also on this descent now. He is on his way.
Still holding on to the wind.
Here we go. Fred, 2 minutes and 30 seconds back before the start of this descent.
Oh.
Yeah, so he's got a way to go to catch Remy. Remy definitely used his climbing skills there to open a bit of a gap and give himself a little bit of a buffer, knowing that Fred is potentially a slightly better descender. In saying that, this is pretty runnable for most of this descent. And if Remy's still got legs, I think he can use that flat speed to his advantage.
Yeah, it's not technical or steep enough for Fred Grandjean to have a net advantage, but Fred can really open up even there. Now the question is, can he close 2.5 minutes? See, to your point, Tony, like, Remy is still moving really, really well. To be able to close 2.5 minutes on him at this pace is going to be near impossible. And it's going to be the same challenge for Naomi Lang to close on Ida Amélie. Like, close 3 minutes is no small feat. Oh, and you can see here Fred, I was going to say he's slowing down, but that's the image slowing him down.
Let's see if our camera runner can keep up with Remy.
Yeah, and also, like, Fred is so used to, having the back end of his races, like we see very much in skyrunning, being steep descent. So he's physically prepared to have that kind of eccentric stress. But then there we go. We are on the dirt road, and this is where it's not, the grade is not strong, or like there's not much of an incline. You have to switch back to running fast and pushing on your legs, where you've been just pounding your legs all the way down. She's looking at her watch, probably to see like how many Ks left.
She's looking to check that she's got that 4 hours in the bag. And I think it's safe to say that she's probably got it.
And so Naomi Lang back in the game after seeing her crew at the aid station. She would have been told that there was still a chance for her to move up one more spot in that women's race, but it was going to take an incredible effort. And yes, for those of you joining us in this live broadcast and in the chat, it's been probably 90 minutes that we know that the course record is going to go down, but now it's by how much. We are going under 4 hours, which is already 11 minutes faster than Judith Wieder's time. But how much faster?
Yeah, looking back, Tove had already created a gap on those fastest splits set by Judith Wieder in 2024 by 5 minutes at Le Tour, 10 kilometers into the race. That is already substantial, and she's been just increasing that gap throughout the day. And yeah, we're expecting her to come in well under that course record time and be the first woman to break 4 hours in this route.
And you can hear her still grunt her way to the finish line. This is what she does. Never a resting moment. And see, these are the little cheeky climbs in that otherwise long descent that will challenge these runners, force them to dig a little deeper before diving back into the descent. Oh,
yeah,
brutal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can hear her working. I mean, she's been working like this since the beginning of the climb up Flagey, so she has been working like this for a very long time. And sustaining this kind of effort is monumental. The mental effort it takes to keep pushing like this. And we've been saying all day, when you're running alone, you're essentially time trialing. And she has been time trialing basically since the beginning of the race. And to keep her foot on the gas like she has the whole day, when you can hear she's hurting so much, is insane. The mental stamina that she has is super, super impressive.
Like, uncomfortable is Tove's comfortable.
Yeah.
That's where she shines. That's where she knows she gets the best out of herself. And here, by pushing herself to the limit, she's in her zone. This is what she does best. She's done it time and time again in orienteering, where these athletes run themselves down absolutely flat out, give everything they have, and now she's managed to keep basically the same attitude, the same intensity, but over a marathon distance. It's insane.
Speaking of insane, another super impressive performance we've seen today from Ida Amelie Robshem, coming in second today, with Naomi Lang chasing hard. So there's still a battle on our hands for second and third position. But Ida Amelie also running it through Vallorcine under record time. So she has had an impressive race today as well.
So there we go, third place here, Manuel Mirias, just on the 6Ks to the finish. He looks like he's just rolling. Like probably gathering himself, was looking at his watch, because when Manuel pushes, and you can see it, so he's just cruising to the finish. And the third place here would be outstanding once again, because this course doesn't suit his strength at all. So there we go. 5 minutes back from Frédéric Tranchant, Manuel Mérias.
Great shot of this contour that they're running along from that checkpoint in Flégé before they start the big descent down to Chamonix.
And that's it. This is where Naomi will have to push to try and make seconds, or at least not lose any before she gets into the descent, and hopefully close 180 seconds. That is a lot.
And
But it could possibly be done.
Yeah, definitely possible. Anything can happen in this final descent. This is a pretty steep section of single track with quite a few tight switchbacks. So definitely a place where you need to keep your head focused. You don't want to overshoot any of those corners. But again, not super technical, but steep. If you've blown your legs out earlier in the race, this is going to be hard.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can hear her back home, but we can definitely hear Tove just like grunt her way down. And there we go, the first spectators who have moved up the trail a little bit to cheer on the runners. What are we? A couple of Ks from the finish, if that.
Yeah, less than 2 Ks from the finish.
There we go, 1,500 meters. Things are getting real.
She's almost down on this descent, and then she hits the road and she does a little victory lap around Chamonix, and then hopefully you're all at the finish line waiting to welcome home this historic run by Tove Alexanderson.
Yeah, it is so steep here. She's holding on to the trees for that very last section.
There we go. She's on the road.
It's on.
She's on the way home.
She's gonna take a right-hand turn across the paragliding landing field. And look at her go.
1.2 kilometers with 3:50 on the clock. She came into this race wanting to get her sub 4, and she is gonna get it. Now it's just a matter of how low can she go?
What a performance from the Swedish athlete. And she would have managed as well for the very first time to hold off the men. It's been a few years that we had the men start half an hour behind the women, and up until last year, the men were able to catch the front ladies before the finish line. This ain't gonna happen today.
Which means she is within 30 minutes of our top men over the marathon distance.
As a matter of fact, much less.
Yeah, truly mind-blowing performance here today. I think this is one of those races, a bit like in Canfranc, that is going to go down in history.
Yeah, she's just confirming that she is in a league of her own. So the time here on your screen corresponds to the men's race. We are 3:52.
3:52.05 currently. So we're
gonna be sub 3:55, and as a reminder, the current cruise record before that was held by Judith Witter in 4:11. On your screen, Emilie Bull, and we're telling second place woman that is not the case. At best, Emilie Bull would be running in 4th, because we have behind Tove Alexanderson, Ida Amelie Robsam, and Naomi Lang. But Emilie Bull, if she's running in 4th place, that is an excellent performance here at Mont Blanc Marathon.
He'll go Remy hitting that Jeep track that we saw Tove running not so long ago, so he is very close to home as well.
Yeah, shifting gears, trying to take advantage of every piece of terrain that would suit his strength. He wants that win again. And then that's the final kick that we have seen with Tove. And that's going to help Remy at least against a deadly Fred Tranchant on the downhill.
Yeah, we haven't had any updates on Fred on that descent, but we can clearly see that Remy is still in the lead. He managed to hold on to that first position. I think we've seen him seal his win here today.
And 2.5 Ks for Remy to the finish. This is how much she's gonna have to cover and to stay clear of chasing Fred Tranchant. And now we're not with Ida Amélie Robson, we are with Émilie Bull, the cross-country skiing athlete.
It's a great run from her today as well. She started super strong and then dropped back a little bit midway through the race. She was down in, I think, around 10th position and has made her way back up the field, which is very, very cool to see. Great for the Scott athlete. And here we go.
Here we go. That's what we want to see.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Mont Blanc Marathon champion.
Oh, she's coming. There we go. You can see here in the background, people will start lining up on the line. Make some noise for the new winner and record holder here at the Mont Blanc Marathon. A historic run for Swedish runner representing Team Salomon, Tove Alexandersson. We knew she was capable of great performances. I don't think we could have guessed what she could achieve today. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Tove Alexandersson. Oh, and look at that. She is still standing. That is the very first time, ladies and gentlemen, that I see Tove Alexandersson not completely collapse on the line. I think she's realized what she pulled off, and she's probably sitting in disbelief. What just happened?
Insane. Insane. I am speechless. Just taking a moment to just soak in this incredible performance, as she should.
And I'm glad to see Hillary in the background. She is ready whenever Tove will have gathered herself. Maybe do a bit of a victory lap, celebrate with the public here at the heart of Chamonix, and then we'll have our finish line interview with Tove. And yep, she is thirsty. She is asking for more. Keep bringing the water before we pop champagne. And yeah, sitting her down in the tent, in the shade, that's gonna feel like $1 million.
Get some more water.
Yeah, because there is doping control, and that's always the issue. I'm sure you've experienced that time and time again, Tony. Like when you're then sitting in the doping control room and you need to pee and it just doesn't come out and you're there for hours. All right, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled. Let's hear it with the interview of Tove Alexandersson.
Absolutely incredible course, Tove. You're out of breath. Tell us how it felt.
Oh yeah, it was really fun. It was about really, really tough. I felt good in the first half, but yeah, then in the end. But it's always like this in races. So I'm happy to be to the finish now. It was a tough end, and it hurt everywhere on the body. And the last downhill, it was tough. But I'm so happy with the day and with the race. I had a good feeling.
Wonderful job. Are you thinking about the other runners, about the time? What's in your head?
Yeah, it was a little bit more challenging today because all other races I've been running, we have been starting together with a man. So then I have always had people around me. So this was a bit more challenge to just try to push by myself for almost 4 hours. So that was actually really challenging to just continue pushing, and also to when you're starting to get really tired and you know that you have a big gap, but you know that you need to still continue pushing because it's hard anyway what pace you even have. So it's just to continue push and try to find the motivation to keep the speed up the whole way to the finish.
Well, absolutely amazing race. Do you think it's the orienteering background that makes you push to the very last second?
Yeah, I think you like the orienteers have it a bit in the mindset, because when you're running orienteering, you never know how it goes, because you are alone in the forest and you have like no split, so and the people can start behind you, so you don't know the results for like after everyone has come to finish. You always need to give everything. So
well, at this point, we know how it finished. Absolutely incredible job.
Voilà, ça y est.
Super.
Well, there you have it. I guess that explains why she was able to run and push to that finish line. We said it during the race, running on your own and time trialing like that is really, really difficult. So for her to do that and to keep pushing even when it was getting hot, super impressive. And speaking of impressive.
Yeah, but I just want to finish on one thing, because I couldn't help but laugh when she said like, oh yeah, and to push on my own for just under 4 hours. It's like, yes, under 4 hours for 42 kilometers and 2,500 meters of vert. Tove Alexandersson has just rewritten history. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. As you were saying, Tony, we're back with the men's race. And Rémi Mollet, as he turned into this last piece of trail before getting into town, he looked over his shoulder to see if he was clear of Fred Tranchant. And indeed he is, because we didn't see him try to switch gear. He's just going to roll into the finish. Obviously, he's going to be wanting to do a really good time. 3:30 and spare was the course record, or still is the course record, by Elusine Lazaoui. So he's not going to break the course record, but this is going to be one of the fastest times still on that course. Probably a couple of minutes left for the Swiss runner from Gruyère. Shout out to all the people in Charmey, all the Swiss runners. Always a fierce supporter of trail running races and mountain running as well. And here we go. Final climb, and then he'll be running downhill to the finish around the block.
And there he goes, ready to take his victory lap around the Chamonix town.
Yeah, and there we go. People have come out to cheer them on.
Another great performance from Remy, super controlled the whole race, always up there in contention, and then made his decisive move from Vallorcine.
True, yeah. We were actually wondering, is that the winning move? And as much as Fred caught up, as you said, in Vallorcine.
Fred was just ahead in Vallorcine, so Remy made his move after that in that slightly uphill climb. And then extended that lead all the way up to Flagey. And here we are with him running through Chamonix as this year's champion.
And there we go. Again, a very complete athlete, multiple world champion in ski mountaineering in the winter time, and then transitions into trail running season. He didn't have quite enough a few weeks back in Segama to hold himself together. He was over a minute after the first climb, but didn't quite keep it together for the whole distance. But since he's been able to put a little bit more running, a little bit more downhill, and this time hold it together all the way for the full trail marathon. There we go. Hands up in the air. He's asking the crowd to make a whole lot of noise. He knows it's in the bag now. Second win after his win in 2023.
There you go, soaking it up.
There we go.
On his face.
Bring it home.
Make some noise. Your 2026 Marathon du Mont Blanc champion, Rémi Bonnet.
Giving it back to the crowd. Time doesn't really matter. He just wants to give back to that finish line that means so much to him.
So good.
And as we were saying, so here you see on the screen 4:03 is the time for the women's race. So 4:33, and he still has some in the tank to go back for a victory lap. And Tove is also going back after gathering herself. Glad we got the interview. Oh yeah, he's going there and back.
He is happy.
Yeah, such a satisfaction when you know how much and how hard you've worked.
Yeah.
And it's 2 for 2 for Salomon as well. And he's, showing and taking his hat of his performance.
Love to see it.
And yes, pointing at the Salomon logo.
Teammates, friends, and both champions today.
And he's going to be looking for shade. He's going to be looking for water. Yeah.
Yeah, after I think a pretty tough year last year, not getting the results he wanted, having a bit of an injury midway through the year, and then having another stellar skimo season. I think putting together a solid trail season this year was pretty important for him, and he is once again reconfirmed why he is one of the best over this distance here today. So I think we're going to hear directly from him. We're going to get an interview with Hillary at the finish line. So let's wait to see when we get that.
And here in the studio, Thibaut Barognan absolutely gave up the French booth to go and celebrate with his teammate and friend. There we go, Fred Tranchant, ladies and gentlemen, also celebrating with the crowds. I think he can be very happy here for what I believe is his first participation at Mont Blanc Marathon. He's already raced quite a lot this season, didn't had enough to come and take it away from Rémi Bonnet. Gruyère wins over France, but still outstanding performance, 35:50. And he shakes his head, he's like, man, there was no catching you today. That's the thing, and we said it, Rémi has been at this event for 6 times, so he knows the course, he knows how to pace himself, and I like to see the little congrats from Tove to Fred Tranchant. Both have been for years and years on the orienteering circuits, so they were both competing in a different sport before, after transitioning to trail running. And as you were saying, Tony, I think we now have Hillary for the finish line interview.
5, 4. C'est tout rouge. Tout rouge. Bon, Rémi, excellente course. On vient de voir Fred arriver. Tu l'as ressenti comment?
Ouais, c'était dur jusqu'à la fin. Fred, il a rien lâché. Et puis je savais que c'est un des meilleurs descendeurs du monde. Du coup, j'avais pas le droit de relâcher dans la dernière. J'ai tout donné. Je commençais à cramper les mollets. Du coup, je devais faire un peu attention à pas trop en donner non plus. Mais ouais, c'était vraiment un fight tout du long. Et puis j'ai vraiment eu un immense plaisir à fighter devant avec Fred. Et puis c'était beau, quoi. C'était beau.
Alors donc, tu pensais plus à Fred derrière ou Tove devant? Tu as essayé de la rattraper?
Ouais, je savais déjà au départ que j'allais pas la rattraper vu la forme qu'elle avait à Zegama. Pour moi, c'était sûr qu'elle faisait sous les 4 heures.
Et alors, deuxième gagne ici, ça sent différent que la première?
Ouais, bah là, ça fait un moment. L'année passée, j'étais blessé toute la saison. Du coup, c'est clair que celle-là, elle fait vraiment plaisir parce que ça faisait longtemps que je tournais un peu autour de ma forme. J'arrivais pas trop à concrétiser sur les marathons. Du coup, ça fait plaisir de voir que le travail paye. Même quand ça va pas, faut y croire jusqu'au bout.
Ouais, excellente course. On est super heureux de t'avoir ici.
Merci.
There we go. Rémi Bonnet, your 2026 champion of the Mont Blanc Marathon in, I think, what I believe, the second best time here. And we're back in the men's race, ladies and gentlemen. Manuel Merias, after a very well-managed effort through this marathon course, and making good use of his poles on the last climb up to La Flégère to stay clear of Kevin Kibet, and then roll down into the whole 800-meter descent. And then here, the final little climb on the grassy area. It's interesting to see him not use his poles there. I guess you could just give it a little push all the way to the end. But no, he's just looking back just to make sure he's in the clear because Adrien Briffaut was also pretty close.
And on the left-hand side of our screen, we've also got the battle between our second and third lady, Ida in second, coming down that final section of single track. And we just saw Naomi Lang also enter that slightly uphill section, the final little kick before that single track. So they are pretty close together. I'm not sure that Naomi's going to have enough time to close that gap anymore, but a very, very tight battle in that women's race for second and third as well.
Yeah, I hope you're going to have eyes on them all the way until the end. I mean, Ida Emily has had such a good race that I wouldn't want her to lose the second place, but we love a little sprint finish.
Yeah, we love a little spice right at the end. We can't deny it.
So there you go. A few steps to clear easily for skyrunning champion Manuel Merias, looking at the watch. He's like, this is never ending. Bring me home. But that's it. The last few steps. Using the grass actually is a very smart move.
Yeah, you can see the finish line there, but they take them around. They get their victory lap around Chamonix.
500 meters. And if we look at, Adrien Briffaut, still, nah. Things like, it seems like Manuel Merias will hold on to third place. And that is an outstanding performance for the Spanish runner. Once again, usually shining much better on skyrunning races. And as I was saying, having the upper hand on Fred Tranchant. But on that kind of course, Fred can run faster. Like I said, sub 30 minute 10K runner, Fred. While Manuel Merias is a pure product of the mountains. Looking over his shoulder, he's right. You do not want to leave it to a sprint finish. You want to make sure you're in the clear. Especially when the person behind you is Adrien Briffaut, Olympian in triathlon. They know how to run fast after already a solid effort over 2 sports. So there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your third place here at the 2026 Mont Blanc Marathon. Representing Team New Balance, Manuel Merias. We know that he's probably going to be joined by his dog if the family is here. There we go. And this, you know what this means, Tony?
No, I don't actually.
Doing it for his son.
Oh, special.
Yeah.
Love that. Love it. Best sport in the world.
Yeah, and so he was asking, okay, to Remy, did you win second? Win second. He's like, all right, you won. So then he's like, okay, Fredo was second. Again, because these runners, haha, there we go. Jean-Michel Forvincent, all smiles, team manager of New Balance, here to look after the runners, clean them up a bit. And yeah, it was hot out there. Manuel is asking for water, feed, and something to sit on.
Very interesting that he's got a hard bottle in his belt. Wow, I didn't think anyone ran with those anymore.
There you go.
Super, super impressive. So he didn't manage to close any time on Fred Tranchant. In fact, Remy, Fred and Manuel pretty much went through the last checkpoint in very similar splits to what we see at the finish line. So no one gained or lost any time on that descent. They all ran incredibly hard to keep their positions, which means we should, well, hopefully we see Adrien Briffaut pretty soon coming through that finish line as well.
Yeah, that's an interesting fact. It means, sprint finish, we're gonna have it.
Oh, I love it.
Who's gonna start kicking first? Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Kibet, and he's got pretty damn solid references. But again, I was telling you, Adrien Briffaut, fine tactician. He can run extremely fast. Olympian in triathlon. He was representing Switzerland in Paris.
Yeah. These guys.
Oh.
Kevin has got a bee in his bonnet because he was in the lead in the beginning of the race, and he does not want to let this slip away from him again.
And Adrien is waiting, and that's it.
There it goes. Is he going to respond?
Oh, so far Kevin Kibet cannot respond.
He's gone. He's done it.
That is the triathlon mode, kicking those finishing sprints at the back end of the races. He's not gonna look back at all. He doesn't want to show any sign of fatigue, but that's already in the bag. Kevin Kibet could not respond. Well played by Adrien Briffaut.
Oi, what a move.
What a kick.
And yet we still have some time. You know, there's still some movement to go.
There's 600 meters left to go.
He cannot let up. He made the move. He has to keep going because Kevin could come back.
Don't you start cramping.
Oh, no. There we go, taking the grass as well. And while we're watching our fourth man come through there, we're also on our second lady, Ida Amelie Ruption, having a stellar performance today as well. 1K to go. I think she's got it in the bag. I don't think we're going to be seeing any sprint finishes between Naomi Lang and Ida Amelie today.
No, she's got it safe. And looking at the time, it's 4:15 for the women's race. Because again, they started 30 minutes apart, so the clock on your screen is not accurate. You need to add 30 minutes, and Ida is head down, and she's going. Oh yeah, no, she's right. I was worried that the volunteer here was trying to
send her awry.
The wrong way.
All of our 1,000 volunteers, big shout out to them for being such champions and braving the heat all weekend. You guys are the reason these events are as special as they are. So thank you, big shout out to them. And while we watch...
Oh, look at that stride, that bouncy stride on the verge of cramping. This is so triathlon right now. Oh.
But he's still got it in him to sprint it in.
He's got it. The man recently did a tattoo of the Olympic rings, and a little runner, a little swimmer, and a little biker. I asked him if he was going to put a little trail runner. I think he's owned it now. He can celebrate. He's made the move on Kevin Kibet to secure 4th place. What a performance today by Swiss runner Adrien Briffaut. And there we go. That was such a tight race. For 4th, Kevin Kibet missed the 3rd spot of the podium. Not by much. Well done. Right, back to the women's race. Ida Amelie on her way to the finish line. And she would also have managed to hold on to that 2nd place in that descent. Closing 3 minutes is a hard ask.
Yeah.
At this point in the race, and unless somebody really falls apart, it just doesn't happen.
Nope. And this is a well-deserved 2nd place by Ida. She was up there with Tove for those first few kilometers. She held her own, ran her own race, and incredible run today. Coming in through Vallorcine ahead of record pace and slowing down just slightly in the back half of the race to miss that record. But she has had an incredible day and solidified herself in this trail running world. This is her 3rd year only of trail running, and if this is what she is, if this is the kind of performance that she has this early in her racing career, I think we've got a lot of exciting things coming from this athlete.
Oh yeah, a bright future ahead as she will gain more experience and consistency in training. Oh, she's stoked. She realizes what she's accomplished today. Coming second to Tove Alexandersson is pretty damn good. Ladies and gentlemen, your second place in the 2026 Mont Blanc Marathon.
Down she goes.
And Ida finishes in 4 hours, 18 minutes, and 28 seconds.
That's what it looks like to give everything in a race that means so much to you.
Look at that stride of these champions today. Tove Alexandersson for the win. And yeah, Remy Bonnet is like, yes, I am back. If you doubt me last season with my injuries, I mean, he still finished world champion in the uphill, so he kind of managed to turn it around a little bit. But yes, in his interview, confirmed that consistency pays.
Very cool to see teammates and friends coming into this finish line, getting to celebrate their wins together. Very, very cool. And Ida getting her celebratory run.
Oh, yeah.
Soaking up the crowds here in Chamonix Mont-Blanc.
She's stopping a win earlier at Chianti 50K and then a 4th place in Segama. The trend is upwards. And there we go. Yeah, also representing Team ASICS, Antonio Martinez.
But just before our 3rd place
on his way to the finish line.
Antonio Martinez Perez from Spain. He'll be 6th man to cross the line, 8th overall person. So first will be Antonio, then will be
While
Naomi.
we're waiting for Antonio to come through, we're also got our eyes peeled for Naomi Lang, our 3rd place woman who has also put up an incredible fight today, showing us why she is one of the top rated marathon runners in the world.
There she is, actually.
There she is. Let's get the camera to go back to her. There we go.
There we go. We're staying on her 3rd place again.
Super strong run. She's looking over her shoulder, but she has nothing to worry about. She has got this 3rd place in the bag.
She's worked so hard and finally breaks into a smile. Final look behind her to make sure that nobody will take it away from her. And there we go. Bright smile. We absolutely love these finish line emotions. And yes, she is cooked. But what a performance today for Naomi Lang. Those bagpipes have worked their charm.
3rd place here in 2026. She was 3rd last year as well.
And that ground feels pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you get the shade just there from the arch. And there we go, a celebration. It was still a pretty close race, and I believe we're getting to the point where it's the highlights of what we have experienced this entire morning.
There we go, early in the day, Tove and Ida running together. And the incredibly fast pace set off right at the start for the men's race as well.
And we had a group of 5 together early on, while Tove Alexandersson really picked up the pace from the beginning, and then essentially positions settled early in the women's race. While in the men, you can see they were still together here at Le Tour aid station. Ida Amélie is trying to secure her 2nd place, always mindful of the weather and cooling herself down. Kevin Kibet went through first, but they were all together. Fred Tranchant always also putting water over himself. We had a bit of a surge from German runner Kirsten de Beyrutzin, but that was short-lived because here on that downhill, you know, she didn't have quite the skills to keep up with Naomi Lang and the rest of the field. As a matter of fact, Fred Tranchant, one of the strongest downhill runner in the circuit, made good use of his skills to come to Valenciennes in first, while Naomi Lang was just increasing her lead. At that point, we already knew that the course record was going down, and the sub 4 hours was at risk for the very first time in a women's race. Fred Tranchant fighting like a demon to try and not let the gap between him and Rémi Bonnet grow too big. A little bit of a trip here uphill for our soon-to-be crowned Queen of the Mont Blanc Marathon, but no consequences for Tove. And the men were starting to reel in the women's field. We'll remind you, they started half an hour behind. And there we go. Rémi Bonnet being told this is the last section. Fred Tranchant chasing hard. Manuel Merias also coming very strong after a very smart race. And yeah, it was getting tough and hot out there. Yes, we didn't see that earlier. Like, she actually showed her fists and smiled at the bagpipe player. And there we go, making history today. What's the official time?
3:55:07.
3:55:07, and then Rémi Bonnet back on the top of the podium in the marathon, taking his second win here at Mont Blanc Marathon after his win in 2023. And history repeats. He wins Nerive-Molaison with a new course record. He wins Mont Blanc Marathon.
Yep. Looking at our final rankings in the women's race, Tove Alexanderson, 3:55:07, lowering that record by 16 minutes. What an incredible race, historic race that we've seen from Tove today. Ida Amelie Robshem coming in 23 minutes behind that, and behind her, Naomi Lang at 26 minutes behind Tove, so just 3 minutes behind between our second and third woman as well.
And then Rémi Bonnet taking the win in 3:33:14, which is, I believe, the second fastest time here on the course. Frédéric Tranchant just behind. Manuel Merias coming back strong. Adrien Riffaut taking the best out of Kevin Kibet in a finishing sprint in the last kilometer. And Antonio Martinez Perez rounding up the top 6 so far, representing Team Asics Trail. What a performance today by all these men and women. Again, we finish on this beautiful slow motion of the finish line. Tove Alexanderson, once again, that name is here to stay. Taking the win. She's broken the course record in Zegama. She's broken the course record here. And then next up is Sierzi now. All eyes on the Swedish athletes. And then obviously we'll find Rémi Bonnet as well. Soon in Switzerland, but here he is absolutely stoked to take back another win at the marathon.
It's been a day.
It's been a day and a half.
It's been a weekend.
Yes.
It has been an incredible weekend of amazing results, starting on Friday, ending today with the marathon with 2 great performances, 1 history-making performance. Martin, thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, everyone. Also, you in the chat viewing. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be doing it. Until then, look after yourselves. Stay safe. Peace out. We are off, ladies and gentlemen. Mont Blanc Marathon, the best names in the world. This is what we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, is back for real. Wow, 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 wow. She's closed the gap. The boss is back in the streets of Chamonix.
We're now just into cart. And the runners have 10 hours to complete the 42-kilometer distance, with its 2,500 meters of vertical